Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a glorious day here in Monterey. It's absolutely lovely here today, and we're getting ready for our first group race. I'm joined by Scott Conway. And Scott, you've been watching the SVRA very closely this weekend, and we've had actually perfect conditions. We had rain overnight Thursday night, but we didn't have anything happening in terms of wet weather today and last night.
Yeah, we've had very nice weather, very good weather for qualifying, very good weather for practice. We have a great field here of almost 35 B sedan entries. That's the largest field that will be in this group. Also C production, A production, and D production. But the main race is going to be up front and has been during qualifying with the B sedan Datsun 510s and the BMW 2002s.
What do you like on this one? I love these BMWs. I think the Datsuns and the BMWs just remind me of, they were never created as race cars, but they look so good as them.
Yeah, the BMW actually, we don't have as many of those as we do in the Datsun 510s. BMWs, we have about 6 or 7 of those. More successful in this particular category, both in SCCA B sedan racing and in under 2.5 liter Trans Am, which these cars were eligible for and raced in, was the Datsun 510. Car to watch out there, Jonathan, he's been the fastest all weekend, is the 38 of Troy Ermish. Actually, I think he's car number 9. He switched his car number, but it's Troy Ermish that should be the top driver out there. He's very familiar with these West Coast tracks. He's a 2-time national champion in SCCA, and he is very familiar with WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He's been the fastest driver. He and Roy Fulmer, both Datsun 510s, they split the race wins last year at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So keep an eye on the front row of the Datsun 510s and behind them 2 BMWs, Jonathan.
Yep, all heading out now for their practice laps, effectively, or their sighting lap, I should say. It really is absolutely lovely today. It's always nice to see Laguna in its finest. Been racing here since 1957. Before that, they raced at Pebble Beach, around the woods. But finally, they built this track, and it's way into the hills, about 10 miles away from the coast of Monterey, so no problems with sound. But of course, there's some rather nice houses up in the hills here too, so we don't go too late into the night when we're racing here. We can get fog, but not today, thankfully.
Great field streaming into the Mission Foods turn number 2. That is a tight turn, the Andretti hairpin, and it tightens up even further as they go through turn 3. You have to have a lot of patience going into turn number 3 as you have to wait, and finally get on the throttle for that little short squirt into the turns 4 and 5, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the key. And of course, then after 5, you're heading up the hill to 6, and then that famous corkscrew. We'll get to that in a moment. But that pretty much defines this racetrack. And let's talk a little bit about how they prepare these cars, because they all look immaculate. But the key to this is the fact that they really try to stay in much a period, and that's one of the things that SVRA is very proud of, and so too the people that prepare the cars, is that they keep them both colors, both the bits on the cars. There's no real modern bits except for the helmet and the roll cage per se. Safety obviously is paramount, but we race them hard as close to as they were at the period.
Yeah, the historic Trans Am is part of this particular event. This is representing the under 2 liter challenge, or under 2.5 liter it was called in 71 and 72. Most of these cars are 66 through 1972 entries, at least in the B sedans. We also have production out there as well, but most of this field is B sedans. And again, they were represented in the heyday, and they were raced in a lot of the liveried colors that they ran in that 1966 through 72 under 2 liter and under 2.5 liter Trans Am championship. And you're right, Jonathan, these cars are very well represented, and they are very well prepared. A lot of these have professional prep shops that keep these cars maintained. As you said, the only thing not original in them is the driver. Coming through that iconic corkscrew, this is the Big Machine Spike Vodka Coolers corkscrew, a 10-story drop, Jonathan, from there all the way down to turn 11 as they get prepared for the start. They'll be coming through turn 11 and headed towards start-finish line here very soon, John.
Yeah, I actually looked at the stats from literally this point back up to the corkscrew is 10 stories. That's 101 feet. So if you don't feel it in your stomach, you're going to when you're racing, that's for sure. And that's what makes it so iconic. Here's turn 10 we're looking at just below, and then the final turn 11, which is tricky because it's a key corner to getting good speed over the crest at 1 and then into Andretti at 2. Here we go then. Our Group 8 race getting away, and a host of fantastic cars from the 70s.
And already side-by-side racing as they head into turn number 2. A very tricky turn. You need to be on the inside. That is the preferred line, and it tightens up again as they get into turn 3. Again, you're going to have patience, then finally get on the throttle, and you set up for turns 4 and the optimal batteries turn 5. You need to turn in a little bit early for turn 5 to set up your speed going up the turn 6 towards the Franklin Road Apparel turn.
Yep, here they go. There was some water down here at the bottom of this corner earlier yesterday. Thankfully, it's gone now, so no slip sliding as they head towards 5 for the first time, one of the key corners here before they start to make that long climb up the hill towards Ray Hall and turn 6, and then, of course, the corkscrew. Already some great overtaking going on between the Datsuns and the BMWs.
Yeah, the prime passing zone is basically at turn 2 where we're looking at the start of this race. And surprisingly, another secondary passing zone is up at the top of this corkscrew. They've added some pavement a little bit to the outside as you enter, so you can basically straighten that turn out and get a good run down the corkscrew as they're coming through that now. You see one car went a little bit more than what I was talking about there, Jonathan.
Yeah, exactly. So
Rob to the inside.
Rob Fuller at the moment chasing Troy Ernish at the lead of this race, and you can see the gap they've already pulled away as they head down towards turn 10 to finish the first lap here of our group race.
Yeah, Troy Ermish and Rob Fuller, the two fastest cars all weekend long, both Datsun 510s, and they have been trading fastest laps back and forth, but it's Ermish who was fastest. Ermish again won the GT Lights Championship in 2017 and won the GT2 Championship, both of those classes this car is eligible for last year, and won the coveted President's Cup for SCCA during those runoffs. Ermish, a very accomplished driver and very familiar with that Datsun 510. He's run it for a number of years on the West Coast here and brings it east towards the runoffs.
Absolutely. So it's Ernish, Fuller, Fowler, Jim Fowler in third position, then Richard Stewart Mills, Sam Smith in fifth place, and Armin Gorbani in sixth. That's how it stands at the moment. A short race, not easy to get yourself dialed in. And there you see it on the top left of your screen there. The top 6 I just mentioned. Brandhoff in 7th. Lippiat in 8th position, Blasman 9th, and Davis rounding out the top 10. But like I said, not a lot of time to dial yourself in. Just when you're starting to get comfortable, you get towards the really sharp end of the race.
Yeah, this track requires a lot of concentration, requires a lot of steering input, as you're only really straight here at the front straightaway. Even the Ray Hall straight is not really a straight, it's kind of a bend. But you are busy here all the time. The only time you really have to relax, and even that is not much, is here along the front straightaway. And even then, much like at VIR, it kind of bends in, kind of the kink, which they call turn 1.
What's your favorite? Do you like the Datsuns or you're a BMW man?
I'm a Datsun man. I grew up around the Road Atlanta and Jim Fitzgerald, who was a Datsun factory driver and Datsun driver for years. So I'm always partial to the Datsuns, and always saw Bob Sharp Racing come through with their Datsuns. They battled the Group 44 in the different classes, B Sedan, C Production, and as it turned out, B Production in the later years.
Yeah, beautiful cars. And, of course, a really interesting point in the American race history is when the Japanese came to play. Before that, it was Americans, basically against the European small-bore cars. And the Datsuns were small-bore, but they kind of took the best out of both, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Actually, the Datsun is based on the BMW 1602, the 2002 being a successor to that. But the Datsun 510 actually, it came into the U.S. The Dr. K or Yutaka Katayama was actually sent to the U.S. as a bad thing because he racing. The management group of Nissan Datsun at the time did not want to go race cars, so they sent Katayama to the U.S. and he was here and he began to understand the U.S. market, and he is instrumental in the reason why that the 510 and the 240Z are over here, both iconic cars, and we're watching the 510s out there now. But yeah, it was a great battle between the Europeans until the Datsun 510 showed up, and then it was the Japanese Datsun 510 going up against the BMWs. The 2002, a 2-liter, the first 2 stands for, and a 2-door sedan which is the second 2 stands for BMW 2002. And they, along with Alpha, were the 3 main manufacturers in the under 2 liter and under 2.5 liter Trans Am Challenge.
And also it helped the Japanese basically get themselves into the American market, which they hadn't really profilated up against Ford and Camaro, and they became a household name, and everybody wanted one. They were good runners. They were good family cars, small but very efficient, and they soon started to take hold, especially here in California.
And funny how this works. The management that was upset with Katayama suddenly was very pleased with him because they were exporting the Datsun 240Z and 510 in record numbers to California.
Yeah, exactly. So California became a hotbed, and of course Laguna Seca on a Sunday was where they proved just what they had in terms of performance. So it became a very interesting time. Still earnish though, and a great battle at the front, just 0.3 of a second between our leaders here in our group feature race 1. Each group, by the way, gets 2 runs each weekend and a lot of time on track. I think that's one of the things that Tony Pirelli has really made sure and persisted on each and every weekend, that every one of the historic drivers does get plenty of track time. The races, well, it is a race, but it's more about track time. And also, it's about being yourself. You want to go as fast as you can. Sometimes you want to win if you're in a position to do so, but other times you're racing against yourself.
Yeah, and these are original historic cars, and it's not just like you can go down to your local Datsun dealer and get another part. So you have to be a little careful. Contact is obviously discouraged greatly. We like to see very hard racing, but very clean racing as well. A little bit further back is the C production battle for Group 8. That has been between Paul Gaudio in a Porsche and Bruce Mauerhahn and the other Datsun that we were talking about, the 240Z. They have been going at it all weekend long too. Gaudio and Mauerhahn were only separated by a couple of tenths of a second in qualifying this morning. And Gaudio in the Porsche, Mauerhahn in the 240Z, they're quite a ways back. But again, great collection of these B Sedan cars. This is basically because of David Stone, one of the drivers here, who was instrumental in getting these cars and drivers first interested in this particular event and then actually out here and competing in it. We've had a great reception, as you can see, by all the cars out there on course. But Roy Fulmer and Troy Ermish going at it. Those 2 drivers split the race wins last year, and they've been the 2 fastest cars. They're at it again, John.
Yeah, and Ernish has just extended his lead now to just 1.4 seconds. And I don't know if Fuller made a mistake there, but that definitely increased dramatically in that last lap. We'll keep an eye on it. 10 minutes to go as we look high above. Yes, you can see the Monterey Bay in the background there. The Sea Lions and the Otters will be doing their bit. If you ever get a chance to go to Monterey, it's a wonderful place to go.
A couple of good cars coming through down the front straightaway. I believe that is Foods Turn 2. Good close racing, and that is one of the things about SVRA. The cars are very equal, and with this big a field, you're going to have a race pretty much anywhere along the way. So we see the car coming through turns 2 and 3 and headed up towards turn 4. This is a very difficult turn. It's very easy to turn in a little bit too early here and slide off to the outside of that turn. You do not want to do that, as that berm out there is very, very unforgiving. Then you turn in a little bit early for turn 5 to get an aerial overhead shot of this beautiful WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca facility. And then going up the Rahal Straight into turn 7 and turn 8, the corkscrew. And down that 10-story drop, as you said, Jonathan, down to turn 11 and back across the start-finish line.
So we've got a really good battle for the lead and for the win here. After 4 laps and with 9 minutes to go, it's going to be a real cracker to the end between Ernish and Fuller, I think. Fuller, let's see if he can get back on the pace. He's just 1 and a bit seconds behind, but that can change very quickly here. Frula in 3rd position. He's some 9 seconds off that battle. Then Milne. We got a nice view of Blazeman in that all-purple number 40. And that's a cracking-looking car as well. He's currently in 8th position. 9th is Lipiat in 9th. And then Davis now up to 10th position.
Hey, Robert Davis in that Lotus Super 7. Leading in D production. That was one of Colin Chapman's designs. It was designed for the street, but he also wanted to design it as a race car. It's very lightweight. As you can see, it is a convertible. It's basically what people describe it as a Formula car with fenders. It was used to win the D production national championship by Tom Robertson. That car won in is displayed at Barber Motorsports Park in their beautiful museum there. But Lotus Super 7, very potent, still is in the C production category. In SVRA, usually in the hands of John Nash, and in D production, today in the hands of Robert Davis.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Big weekend of racing. Lots of different groups here. We've got obviously all the 2 Trans Am races. The TA race coming up later today and tomorrow TA2. A massive field. But SVRA well appointed and well represented here, as always, at Laguna Seca. They love their historic racing here. And, of course, with Pebble Beach just down the road and so many of the dealers here, there's always been a very robust entry field here.
Yeah, we're very, very blessed to have a great entry here for SVRA and Trans Am 2, along with the historic Trans Am. I had a glimpse on screen there, Jonathan. I believe that's him again, of the Porsche Paul Gaudio. That's a air-cooled flat 6 engine. It has retained most of the basic lines of the 356 coupe, which it replaced, but it's a little bit lengthened, so it can have a 2+2 designation, and it has improved aerodynamics. And not long ago, we had a glimpse of Bruce Marhan's Datsun 240Z as he chases him around. Great shot there, number 27, Datsun 510 going through. Again, this is an iconic racetrack. It was during the day from 1957 on, and it is today. Beautiful day here at Monterey.
Yeah, that was Robert Brooks you mentioned in the 27. Good to see him out there, running 27th, ironically. Yeah, good to see him. And also want to say fastest laps coming down. Brandman just did his fastest lap. Brandhoff, excuse me, did his fastest lap of 147.3.
Now, there's a couple of non-Datsun and non-BMWs in the field. Mauricio Brandhoff was the fastest non-Datsun or BMW in the Group 8 B Sedan category. He's in a Ford Capri Coupe. Also, we had entered a Toyota Corolla and a Volvo. Yes, Volvo was very potent back in the B Sedan SCCA club racing days. Not so much success in the under 2-liter Trans Am, but certainly had a lot of success with the B Sedan category in SCCA racing.
Be interested to see if that gap's come down at all between the leaders, because we want to see if we can get a grandstand finish. They're getting into a little bit of traffic in terms of as they fight through now, the leaders. 1.4 seconds was the gap. We'll see if it changes now in the closing stages of this. Group 8, our first feature race of 2 for them.
Yeah, I think the advantage is going to be with Ermish. Ermish, again, very familiar with both WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, where we are this weekend, and even more familiar with Sonoma Raceway, where we'll be next weekend for the Mission Food Speedtour. But Ermish, I think, is going to have the advantage even through traffic. Yeah, I think he knows this track a little bit better than Roy Fulmer, but Fulmer is right there.
And I tell you what, back-to-back events like this here at Sonoma and Laguna Seca, it's going to be great because you want as much track time, and this is what it's all about. Historic racing is how many laps can I do for a weekend and enjoy myself. But 2 very different tracks, but also with an equally different challenge too.
Yeah, between the test day, practice, 2 qualifying sessions, and 2 sprint races, you do get a lot of value for your money here in SVRA, and that's part of it's the joy of driving. It's the thrill of being out there. No, you want to beat people, obviously, because you're racing against racing, John. But we also you just want to get the joy of driving out there as well.
Bay Area Datsun, that's who Rob Fuller is backed by. And you can see that gap now yourself physically between the 2 leaders as we focus on them now, going up the Ray Hall straight towards the famous corkscrew. And it's great to look from overhead at that corkscrew because you really do get a sense of just how far it drops.
But you really get a sense. I was privileged to drive around with our driver development, driver that is Ernie Becker for the Trans Am 2 Series. And going down that, it's even more terrifying than just actually looking at it. It's almost like a Disney ride. It's that big a drop, 10 stories down from the top of the corkscrew all the way down to the bottom of turn 11. The most famous of the Datsun 510s, number 46, that was the famous Brock Racing Enterprises red, white, and blue Datsun 510 that won the 1971 and 72 under 2.5-liter challenge with John Morton driving. Unfortunately, both Alpha and Datsun pulled out of the series after 1972, and they went back just to the regular Trans Am 1 class make for the rest of that year.
Yeah, why do you think they just felt that they'd done enough?
Well, a little bit was that Datsun had developed that car. We talked about it coming over. Well, that car was in development for several years, and it was developed so well that it was basically dominating. And when one manufacturer dominates over another, the other manufacturers kind of say, I don't think I want to be in. At first it was Alfa that was dominating. Then Datsun came in, and Datsun was dominating. And in between those two was a Porsche 2.5 liter that was a little bit dominant. But again, one manufacturer being dominating, the other manufacturer says, I don't think so. And then Datsun had really nobody to race against except themselves, so they didn't see much, unfortunately, did not see the reason to be in the series and pulled out.
Truth is, that's the story of motor racing.
Yes, basically.
You could write a book on every manufacturer that has dominated, from Mercedes in Formula One all the way down to the Can Am and Trans Am. There's always a sweet point when somebody gets it right and nobody can copy them, and they dominate potentially for a decade sometimes.
Yeah, that happened in IMSA with the Porsches between the 935s, the Kremer editions, and the 962s. Porsche was the car to have. Right at the beginning of that stretch, the Decon Monza with Al Holbert was the car, but after that, Porsche dominated, and it was basically great drivers back then, great cars, iconic cars, but they were mostly Porsches.
And it's like we've got that iconic Audi. I'm not sure what group it's in, but it's one of the most successful Audis. And when Audi went world sports car racing and then into IMSA, they didn't see the dust of anybody else, did they?
No. Travis Engen, that number 2, the silver 2005 Audi, that won, I believe it was 5 of the 7 years that competed at Le Mans, won 6 consecutive Daytona 24 Hours and 7 consecutive American Le Mans Series championships. But being that said, Peugeot gave them a run for their money a couple of those years, but came up second.
Yep, absolutely. So we're coming down to the closing stages of our first Group 8. Scott Conway and Jonathan Green bringing you the action from SVRA. I'm really enjoying these beautiful Datsuns and BMWs. That's one of my favorites there, beautifully prepared in the old Bavarian colors. Love it.
Yeah, again, I grew up in around Road Atlanta, and of course Jim Fitzgerald was the driving instructor there. Jim Fitzgerald, one of the drivers, and ran in the Trans Am series for a couple of years. But also Bob Sharp Racing always came to Road Atlanta very prepared with the B Sedan entries for both himself and Dave Frelson, and won a number of national championships. 71 and 72 were two of Bob Sharp's racing championships there. I believe Dave Frelson's was in 77. But again, B Sedan was the home of the Datsun.
And as you can see, a good, clean race as they file back into the pits. No dramas, and that's really what you want out of historic racing, which is a good spectacle, but not too many dramas. Because they want to do it all again, of course.
Yeah, and they have a second feature race coming up, plus a B Sedan feature race as well.
All right, my thanks to Scott Conway. That gets us underway in our SVRA coverage. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from the famous and iconic Laguna Seca after this.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than 3-Dimensional Services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust 3-Dimensional Services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli. This week it's round 4 and we're at the famous corkscrew at Laguna Seca in California. With me, Adam Andretti, and it's also very important to remember that this circuit will be back-to-back with Sonoma next week, so a double header here. So I guess the whole key is to get out of here with all the points but no crashes.
That's it, Jonathan. You got to keep yourself nice and clean here for a couple reasons. First of all, you got to have the good points when we leave here, Laguna Seca. We're going to Sonoma next week. You can't have that on your conscience either, that you blew away a bunch of points here at Laguna. You want to go into Sonoma knowing that you got a firm grasp on this championship, and you don't want to give your guys and gals any more extra work on that race team.
Well, given what you've just said, does that make you as a driver drive more conservatively?
Well, I mean, of course you have to in certain cases. You may not take the chances with traffic or things of that sort, but it's a championship, and this is Trans Am. Every lap out there is a battle, and at the end of the race, you want to win that war. And you can't do that if you don't have any fenders hanging on the car.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the thing is, it may only be round 4 of the championship, but there's a lot of unfinished business here at Laguna from last year. Tommy Dreese won the race, but Datsun should have won it. He's our current champion, of course, and leads the championship, but by only 12 points. So, a lot of unfinished business, and this territory is Tommy Dreese. He, of course, is from California, and he's down with Ben Sissel.
Hey, I am with current second in place in points in the TA Series, Tommy Dreese. I'm so glad to see you back from Road Atlanta. That was a crazy race. You had the oil issues and the smoke. Have you fully recovered from that?
The smoke first, that kind of freaked me out. We were right there, nose to tail, and so I didn't let the smoke get in the way of the racing. I realized that there was oil going into the foot box, and I was a little concerned about the brake pedal and slipping off the brake pedal. And then I just said, you know what, I just better manage second place.
Manage the race. Wise words from Tommy Dreese. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, we'll be hearing from Ben Sissel throughout the weekend as we look high above the Monterey Peninsula. You can see the glorious sea in the background, the Pacific Ocean. What a day, what a place, what an iconic venue. 1957 they started racing here, and it's been running ever since. Trans Am has raced here for 12 years, in and out of the championship. We started here back in the late 60s and early 70s, and we're, of course, back here. COVID, we had 1 year off, but we did race here last year, and you heard there some drama and some unfinished business. But welcome to round 4 of the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli, and coming up it's our TA, XGT, SGT and GT round 4. But before we head to the start of the race, once again Ben Sissel is amongst it. Let's head down to him for some more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the Fan Walk. If you're here at the Fan Walk, please make your way up the hill. We've got some very historic cars here at the Trans Am SpeedFest. Patrick, who I know as a professional modern Ferrari driver, now here you are in this beautiful 67 Shelby. That's got to be a total difference.
Yeah, it's a blast of the past. It's a lot of fun. Tires definitely a limitation. A lot of power, a lot of fun, though. Car's always sideways, zero aero.
I know this car has a lot of history because it's HTA, which means historic Trans Am. It had to have raced in the Trans Am series from 1966 to 1972. Do you know the history of this beautiful car?
Yeah, Bob West drove it. He bought it new. It was always a race car from day one, and it, like you said, it competed in historic Trans Am. So it's a great group, and they raced pretty hard and together, sideways the whole time. So, yeah, that's who drove it.
Perfect. Patrick, thank you so much for bringing out this newly finished Bob West Shelby, number 15 of 26, made for the Trans Am Series or in Europe in FIA. Then we come over here, Ed, one of my favorite cars. This has a lot of history. It raced in 1969 at Laguna Seca and at Sonoma, that you know as Sears Point. Tell us about the car.
Well, it's purchased originally in Europe, raced in Europe for 2 years, brought over here, won 2 championships at the SECA, and raced the Trans Am at Riverside in 1968 with Bruce O'Neill. And Walt Moss drove the car in 69 in a Trans Am here and Trans Am at Sears Point. He placed 15th out of 40 cars, won $700, and he came in 4th in under 2-liter group.
Nice, 4th and under 2-liter group. But there is a famous photo of your car coming down the corkscrew right behind that famous Mark Donahue Penske Camaro. That's pretty cool.
Yes, beautiful. This is a beautiful car. It's an old war horse. I put 200 street miles on it.
200,000 street miles, right?
200,000 street miles on it, and then brought it back to race because that's where it belongs, right?
I love it. Ed, you're my new favorite, dude. I love it. And then this beautiful Sam Posey Slime Green Classic Wax Challenger. So many great films with this car. Just here, the last turn, this car right here put Peter Revson into the wall in the 1970 championship at Laguna Seca. I see you've buffed that out, but Chad, tell us about this car.
Actually, this car made its debut here at Laguna Seca in 1970, and there's a great story about it here. It had just passed tech inspection. It hadn't even run yet. And John Tamanis, the tech inspector for SCCA, went just like this. And when he leaned back on the hood, they'd just given him a beer. His elbow dented the roof. And he said, well, boys, we got a problem. And so Chrysler called in a dealership closest to this track, and they were able to cut off the roof of a passenger car, put it on this car so it could make the race. And they raced it with somebody else's roof on it. Somebody at a dealership that was hopefully hadn't taken delivery yet, and painted it black, and then it started racing.
That is awesome. Little secrets, right? The little cheats going on. So, Steve Link, quickly, I know you race in historic Trans Am, but also the beautiful B Sedan Challenge. Tell us about your Datsun.
This Datsun was raced in 1971 and 1972 in the brand new 2.5 Challenge. That would be the first year that they separated the small sedans and the big bore cars. So I found this car in the late 90s and bought it from a doctor in Alabama. And then my father, who was an engine builder for BRE, was involved to help in the restoration of the car. So it was a load of fun and a revisit of his past. Peter Brock and John Morton helped. So we tried to make the car as authentic as possible and just having a great time.
I love love it. Having a great time is what it's all about in vintage racing, and Steve Link definitely knows how to do that. But Gordon Johnson driving this car, one of my favorite cars, cool era of Trans Am, the 91 Olds Cutlass Rocket Sports Paul Gentillosi car. Tell us about your car.
Well, this car originally campaigned in 1991, Trans Am with Irv Air, Rocket Sports Racing. He won 3 races that year out of in a season, placed second overall. Then they campaigned it in 1992 as an IMSA GTO car, running back then in a V6 Buick engine, and it was a championship car that year. He won 6 races, including the last race here at Laguna Seca.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Gordon, thank you so much. Thanks for bringing that out. Now let's come down here to modern Trans Am, because like I said, we have almost 60 years of Trans Am history represented here. These are the cars about to make Trans Am history. Chris Dyson on the pole, getting the Motul Pole Award. We've got a ton of cars here, the National Series, the West Coast Series, the Trans Am SpeedFest at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as we're watching Chris Dyson get into the car. Some great history here. If you know anything about current Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, you know we have great races here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. They're going to suit up. It's about to get loud, gentlemen, so I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
So, as we can see, thanks Ben, lovely stuff down there, getting us really nicely warmed up for what is about to take place and giving us some history that brings us right up to date. Getting ready for the colour guard and, of course, our National Anthem coming up. I'm delighted to be joined by Adam Andretti. Adam, how are you set for your race tomorrow afternoon?
I think we're in good shape, and you know, this is always a great time of our race weekends here, is to honor the military, those that sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice for us to enjoy this freedom, and so this is beautiful to see the presentation of our colors right here.
So, with our colour guard introduced, let's head down for our National Anthem. And once again, join Ben Sissel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Julie Posey to sing the National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, Julie Posey, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, gentlemen, we've got a lot of new drivers in this race today. I'd like for you to go through the grid. Send it back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Ben. An excellent rendition there of our national anthem as we look at the cars. It's no closer than to look at the number 20, which, of course, is our champion, Chris Dyson, who has had a brilliant run at Road Atlanta, and he's about to do the same again here. He got a 1:23.7, a new lap record. But Tommy Dreesy, just 6,000ths of a second, and that's first and second in the championship. Simon Gregg, Masood, Ruman, Lux. Great to have Cindy Lux back in the National Championship. Mike Weathers, Chris Evans joining us from the West Championship. McMillan and Leuenberger, good to see Dirk back in the fold again. Then Howard Johnston and Michael LaPaglia from Southern California. Eric Joyner for the Good Boy Coffee Roaster Porsche GT3. He's back as well. Mike Skeen down in 14th position. In that Lamborghini. That'll be interesting to see. And Ken Thwaites has been put back. He got a third in qualifying, but has been put back for an infraction, a technical infraction. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Adam Carolla, no time. He had a accident in hitting the wet water that was down after the rain, and basically stands there in 16th position. So, as we get ready for this our TA race. Adam, as I said, unfinished business, just to take people back. Last year, Boris said, basically, Chris Dyson totally dominated the race. He had pole position, he had fastest lap, most laps led, and then the last restart, Boris said, just muscled his way through. It's racing, but it did take out Chris Dyson, and he did finish 8th. He crawled to a finish, but not the way he wanted to finish.
No, he wasn't really all thrilled with how that went down here last year, and but you know that was early on in the year, and he went on to a dominant streak, and is our reigning champion for a reason. So he's off to a great start in this 2022 campaign, and obviously here. But formidable competitor right there next door to him, in Tommy Dreesy, obviously just 6/1000ths of a second away, and you know there's a great camaraderie developing there as far as within the team, and he really appreciates the pretty much the structure that you get out of Gentillosi squad.
Yep, good point. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel, who is now on in front of our TA and XGT, SGT, and GT grid.
Well, here I am with one of my childhood heroes, our Grand Marshal for the weekend, Willie T. Ribbs, to deliver some of the most famous words in motorsports. Willie, I know that you've been a Trans Am legend for years. You know how to do this. Take the mic. Take it away, Willie T. Ribbs.
Drivers, let's get it on. Start your engines.
Hey, love you, dude. All right. Thank you.
Willie T. Ribbs doing what only Willie T. can.
Let's get it on.
Well, let's get it on. Channeling his inner Marvin Gaye, I think. But great stuff. And, of course, let's not forget 61 starts, 17 wins. The right guy in the right place, Willie T. Ribbs. Both an IndyCar star and, of course, a Trans Am star in his day. And a lovely, lovely character. He'll be with us for your race. Looking forward to that. But tell us a little bit about this infraction, first of all, to Ken Thwaites, because that's the big story for me. It looks as though, everything was going right for he and the team. Carolla has an accident, and then he has an infringement.
Yeah, it's just a small technical infringement, nothing that those guys would ever intend and honestly, what it was, from my understanding, it was somewhere in the rear wing as far as either be too low. I think it was too low. Oh. And just by the
that's gotta hurt.
And it does, but at the same time, pretty much every competitor knows that wasn't the difference maker, why he was there. But there are rules for a reason, so they gave him for it. But now, Ken's poised to go give a heck of a drive. We lost a dear friend yesterday to cancer in Teddy Trappist, so I know that he is racing with a heavy heart. He's going to go out there and put on a great performance for us today.
Yeah, and you've got some personal news you want to share also from your team, right?
Yeah, you know, my engineer, Seth Holbrook, he unfortunately suffered a mild stroke last week. He's going to be okay, but all the prayers to him and for a speedy recovery. We look forward to having him back at the races, but most importantly to just get healthy. But yeah, I appreciate that, Jonathan. So any of those prayers and well wishes we can get his way are always great.
So what are your thoughts? We mentioned Carolla's incident, and that was because of water down on the track, which you must have probably dealt with it yourself. Go on, tell us about it.
Oh, man, that was it was sketchy yesterday. I mean, it black flagged our session yesterday because I think there was just they were trying to put a compliment sandwich into the track conditions, and we really didn't need that. We just need to know what they were because the message came through from the Trans Am officials, track is good, but there's a river in turn 3. Well, the back half of that message didn't get to a lot of teams. All they heard was track was good. And so everyone went racing into turn 3 with this big river coming down into it, and you had all this grip leading into it, and then all of a sudden you hit the river and you're on slick tires. So we're on board here with Tommy Dreese getting everything warmed up in that Lucas branded Ford Mustang. Eric Joyner, this beautiful 911 GT3R.
Yeah, it's good to have Eric Joyner back in the Porsche GT3R, and in fact it's his first return to racing, so welcome back, as it were, for the 2022 season. And of course this is a back-to-back event, and let's talk about that, Adam. We mentioned it at the top of the show, but why is it so important that you basically, I don't know, I was going to say race conservatively, but you can't, can you?
You can't. No, I mean, there's just no such thing as a racer. So, I mean, what did the great Ayrton Senna say? If you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver.
Very true.
And so there's these drivers, you know, and they're going to lay it on the line. They need to get this win. They need to get the points, and so they're not going to lay down by any means. But at the same time, you know, if you don't think. And really, honestly, you have enough meetings ahead of time with your team management, and things like that. That it's in the back of your mind enough that you might not take some of the chances that you would normally take. But I think on board here at Ken Twaits in that Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro, I think we're going to see a really good show out of him today, coming from the tail.
Yeah, this is the first time actually I think we'll see Ken really have to fight, because he's always qualified well since he joined TA, but he's been learning the way in TA, and you had many years, of course, in TA yourself, and not an easy car for someone like Ken coming from XGT. He was our first XGT champion, but it's a big change, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they're animals to drive. I mean, there's no question about it. You have zero driving aids, so no traction control, no analog brakes, you know, none of that, and you're sitting underneath, you know, you got over 900 horsepower underneath your right foot. Very powerful braking systems, tons of downforce. The cars are built to be the baddest GT cars on the planet, and that's what we have here in Trans Am.
Let me ask you a question as we're on board with the Lucas on board of number 8, Tommy Dreese. This is his home race. He's based in Hollywood. But there's a change to Tommy, and you perhaps know better than anybody what that change is. He's looked quicker. He was 0.06 of a second off Chris Dyson, who is well known as the man to beat in TA. What is it? Is it the new team?
I think there's a lot to do with that, and that's just me, you know, having friendly conversations with Tommy, and we had a nice little pal around out the back of the haulers, you know, the other day. I think it was Thursday, their test day, and he said it. He said it just like that. I love the structure that it provides me. He goes, I can tend to kind of go off the path a little bit, and Paul and the guys don't let him do that. It's very serious business over there, as we all take this racing very serious, but they really keep him on track. And you know, anybody that knows Tommy, we all know him. He's funny. He's an entertainer, and and as you said earlier, and he's just a real treat to be around. This is another guy, a real treat to be around. Eric Joyner, just so glad to have his smile back in this paddock. He's such an enjoyable character, and I'm sure he's just been incredibly busy. Is what kept him away from us so far this year. But we're in his home state now, so he gets to come play.
Yep. Paul Gentillosi is the Paul you were mentioning, and of course Paul's probably the most, if not the most successful driver and team manager in the history of Trans Am.
Yeah, I mean, he is so much of Trans Am history, so there's a good reason why they're hooked up and they're doing the thing that they're doing as we're getting the field to tighten up.
Yep.
To come around here in turn 11 and bring us to the green there, Jonathan.
Well, here we go then. Our TA will kick us off. Ken Thwaites will be at the back of this group, and he'll need to make a good start. On the left-hand side is the white of Chris Dyson, but Dreesy will try and get ahead, and Dreesy has stolen a march. The number 8 is flying in that blue Lucas number 8 into the lead ahead of Dyson. Just what he wanted. Dyson tries to come back at him as they go into turn 2.
Wow, what a start. I mean, that was some really impressive stuff. Dyson wanted to take a look there right on Dreesy, and then it was really late braking and almost was able, you know, like a little bit of a lockup, so he didn't get the back of Dreesy. Dreesy runs a little bit wide there in turn 3. Going to give him a good run, Dyson, into 4-5.
And you can see how hard they're pushing already from above. We can see the gap they pulled on Humed Masood, who makes a mistake. Incidentally, here comes Dreesy, here comes Dyson again as they head into 5. It's racy stuff, but Dreesy's doing exactly what he should do in the opening salvo of this race.
Yeah, you see, Tommy's moving a lot. You got to be careful with that much movement. As you see Ken going in. On Humed, he's going to go a little wide. Just keep it nice and clean.
Humed goes round, and Masood.
Good miss. Really good work there by all the drivers. Great job by all the drivers to not get collected in that, and I believe we're going to stay green here.
And Greg's got ahead of Thwaites, who'd done all the work there as they head into the corkscrew. Down they come. Here's Amy Ruman in the number 23 Corvette. We haven't mentioned Amy too much because she's third in the championship, and this is a big weekend and 2 weekends for her too, as Ken Thwaites is right behind her now as they head into turn 10.
I believe she's third in this race right now. I think she was the big beneficiary of all that mess right there, as we see the leaders up there just now coming under the bridge. And Dyson or Dreesy's been able to get a little bit of a gap on Chris Dyson. As you see, Ken Thwaites getting underneath Simon Gregg on the exit 11 there and gaining that position. Now he'll put Amy in his crosshairs here, and he'll go after that Corvette there, that McNichols Corvette of Amy Ruman.
Yeah, slight mistake by Simon Gregg there. Tommy Dreesy sets us away with a 128.9 and a 129.1 from Dyson. Not the start Dyson wanted. I spoke to Chris yesterday, and I said, you know, what's the key here? I said, it's going to be busy. You're going to have got traffic from the other groups. And he said, yeah, I want to be out front without any problems. I don't want to be fighting with Tommy. But that's unfortunately exactly what he's doing right now.
Unfortunate for him, but good for us.
No,
it's given us very entertaining view here of what's going on. And Tommy's holding a pretty wheel here. He had to do a lot of work. It seemed like Dyson's car was going to fire off a little bit better. That Tommy was experiencing a lot of understeer, where the front end just doesn't want to turn. You put the wheel input in, but the car doesn't go where you want it to go directionally. So I believe he's fighting some of that until the tire pressures came up and the car kind of came alive as we see that gap starting to shrink between the third place runner of Amy Ruman.
Down through Rainy Curve they come, and again into turn 10. Dreesy in the blue and the white of Dyson right there with him. Those two are pulling away from third place. Amy Ruman in TA. Joyner is between them. No, in fact, Ruman's got past Joyner, and now Thwaites is in fourth place. So we've got a good battle for first and a good battle for third. Just what we want.
Yeah, this is good racing all the way around the track, all the way through the GT battles as well. But really up front, you're watching Eric Joyner right here actually climbing onto the board to the back there of the Trans Am car of Simon Gregg. So that would be for fifth place overall that Eric Joyner is going for there in that beautiful Good Boy Bob Coffee's Porsche 911 GT3, and doing a great job as they head down to their Optima batteries hairpin.
Yeah, this is an interesting car to be in because even though they're different classes and the horsepower is different, this car, this Porsche particularly, is so nimble around the slower corners, and that's why he's able to catch up with Simon Gregg through the inside sector of this particular track as they dive through 4.
Yeah, Simon's come in with some limited track time. He came in yesterday afternoon and got in the car and did a brilliant job qualifying and put the car up there after the penalties, was in P3. As you're going to see, this gets to be pretty racy here. But yeah, he's doing a good job. He's just trying to probably get a feel for the car over a 100-mile race here because he hasn't put in the time through the practice sessions that all the other competitors have. So he's just out there finding his rhythm. Got a little bit shook up there, I think, at the beginning with all the, with all the jockeying for position that was going on. But there's a really, really close of the gap. And I mean, this Porsche is built for Laguna Seca.
And this is classic to be on board with Joyner because you can see that the car in front obviously has the horsepower up the Rahal straight, and then he closes it under braking. And this is where he's going to use his advantage coming down the hill into the last section. Maybe at turn 11 he'll have a go there. But if the TA car is going to stay ahead, he's going to have to use the power and the horsepower of those straights. As we see, look, for the first time, Cindy Lux in the 45 Viper, a constant of usual, but she hasn't raced in the National Series since, 2019. Great to have her back.
It's great to have Cindy back. We love Cindy Lux. She's always a great addition to the paddock, and another one of those smiling faces we're happy to have here and around. But they're a family operation. They do an awesome job getting things here, and and they're again doing more West Coast races. I hope they're coming next week too. But was that a pass for position? I don't believe so. No, that's Bob Mueller in the XGT car, and he's going to set his sights on Eric Joyner now that he's got around Cindy Lux.
Yeah, talk about a last-minute entry. Bob came in this morning. I met him at Tech and had a quick chat from the man from Solano Beach, California, and he was expected to be doing SVRA, and they said, well, we've got this car. Why don't you give it a go? He's got Octavia Tequila on the side of the car, which he's very proud of. It's a new brand he's brought out of San Diego, and he tells me you can buy it online too, so that's always a plus. But we're really delighted to have him last minute.
Yeah, no, absolutely a great addition last minute, and definitely gives something for Eric Joyner to think about. That's probably why he is pressing to get around Simon Gregg so hard, is to try and open up that position. As we look at this battle right here between, I believe, was that Chris Evans?
Yeah, Chris Evans from Portland in Oregon coming in. This is effectively his first race at Laguna. He said he did race it 14 years ago. He said, but officially, as far as I'm concerned, it's my first race.
Yeah, right.
And he and his teammate, effectively, which is Howard Johnston, down in SGT, they're battling away. And Chris Evans basically trying to see if he can get on level terms with Cindy Lux.
Yeah, can't wait. So look now, it's actually closed that gap quite a bit to the McNichols Corvette of Amy Ruman. The two-time champ is right up ahead of him in his sights. So on board with that Franklin Road apparel, beautiful Carolina blue on black here with that color scheme there for the Franklin Road apparel Chevrolet Camaro. But he is on the hunt after Amy Ruman. I believe we're going to see a pop for the pass here before long.
While we're on board with Ken, it's worth mentioning that he'd done the brilliant thing of bringing Adam Carolla into the fold, which, of course, if you know that name, he's a very famous podcaster, in fact, one of the top podcasters worldwide, a comedian, of course, and a huge race fan. He has 9 of Paul Newman's 10 race cars. How about that?
Yeah, he is. His collection is pretty incredible. And a very entertaining person to be around. Unfortunately, we're going to miss him here during the race here, and no fault of his own. Again, I think it definitely has happened to the best of us. We saw some talented TA2 drivers yesterday get into real trouble there as well. So, but this is going to heat up to be a battle here before long between these two Chevrolets. One being a Corvette, the other being a Camaro here that we're on board with.
Well, Adam, you know the circumstances better than any. You've driven these sorts of cars. Where would you try at Laguna to make that pass and make it stick?
11 and the hairpin here. When you get down to the Optima batteries, hairpin. Also, if you get to Mission Foods Turn 5 coming up, that's another spot that you could certainly find. If you get a good run through Turn 4, you could get into, as they're coming through Turn 4 right here, you got to be much closer, obviously, but you get a really good run through here, and then if you can, I like to click maybe a little bit of a short shift to get around, and then you can dive down here in the Mission Foods Turn 5, get up. Maybe he'll take a chance here at Franklin Road Apparel Turn 6.
Would be an appropriate place to do it, yeah. Up the hill to Turn 6, and then it goes up the Rahal straight, and you effectively just lip over the top there of the crest. The wind hits you because it's very windy up there too as you approach the corkscrew, which we're calling the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers corkscrew, quite rightly so. And down it goes over 5 stories and 10 in total when you get down to 10. Ooh, a little bit of...
Yeah, that was live traffic. Getting Amy chose a way around that. She felt like they were letting her by, and that was not the case. They were trying to go wide to let traffic by. And we always say in the drivers' meetings for traffic, when you see the blue flags, hold your line, and let the leaders get by. And if you see them under a braking zone, or lift a little bit on the straightaways to let them by, because the parity is so close. But that definitely closed this gap right up, and now Ken is right there on the tailpipes of Amy Ruman.
Really good race we're having here. 7 gone. Out front, it's still Tommy Dreese and Chris Dyson. No change there. And you can see it for yourself now. Dyson doing every which way but get past Dreese so far. But he's trying to put the pressure on. And again, you as the driver, do you want to make the pass, or do you want to force Tommy into a mistake?
So what I think a little bit of what Chris is doing here, being around Chris and knowing Chris's racecraft, I think he is comfortable running where he's running. And he sees that Tommy has to really get 10 tenths out of that Lucas Ford Mustang to do what he's doing. So I think Chris is there just letting him, because this is a high tire degradation racetrack for us here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So I think that Chris is being that smart racer that he is, the champion that he is, and he's just giving this guy enough trouble that in that Lucas Smaff TV Ford Mustang, just enough trouble that he's got to push a little bit too hard, and he's actually not using like parts of the track that actually save your tire.
I was about to ask you that question because we talk about tire deg every weekend in Trans Am. It's 100 miles, it's a long way, and eventually those tires will not go off. Pirelli make tires that don't go off, but they do get a little looser. It makes it harder to run, maybe do the lap times that you did. So you're saying that tactically Chris is almost trying to force him into using those tires.
Yeah, I mean Pirelli makes a great tire, as you mentioned. They do a really fantastic job giving us a solid tire here on every Trans Am weekend. But here, Pirelli didn't make the pavement, and it's and it's dusty out there, so you're sliding on it a lot, and just think of like a cheese on a cheese grater.
Yep.
And you're just sliding along, and there's no grip, right? There's nothing grabbing, and we're sliding, and that's just ripping the rubber off the tire like a cheese grater, like an eraser, like a pencil eraser, if you will, for those people that still write in this digital world. But yeah, it's very much so, along those lines. And here in Sonoma next week, if you think tire deg is big here at Laguna, wait till we get to Sonoma next week.
Yeah, a lot of dust and wind blown up there, of course, in the wine district of Sonoma, and that, as you say, it gets very gritty up there, and tire deg is an effect. So a multiple race here. We've got this man, Tommy Dreese, leading the way at the moment in the number 8. He's leading TA in XGT. Eric Joyner holding off Bob Mueller for now in XGT. And SGT at the moment being led by Cindy Lux with Chris Evans behind her. So we've got good pockets of racing all the way through. Another lap completed, and still immense pressure on the Lucas number 8 of Tommy Dreese.
Chris Dyson needs DRS. He's within a second, so he could have it. But no, it's a great battle up front here. Just 0.2 of a second separated these two, so throw a blanket over them. And that's exactly the kind of racing that you want to go and take a look at. So great battle. Dyson's getting racing. We got traffic coming up, so this could really play a big role in what's going to go on in these two battles. Like Chris is probably sitting there thinking that this might be the opportune time to get that pass made if one of these lap cars holds up Tommy just even a little bit. But then Tommy's thinking the opposite. If I can get these lap cars, just like he did a little bit there, I can get a little breathing room.
Yeah, good driving from Tommy as he dives again into that corkscrew at the spike coolers. Big machine spike coolers, corkscrew. Down the hill they come in towards Rady Curve, just under the trees there.
Yeah, what a beautiful layout here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better 11 turns in motorsports than what we get here. And we come up here to the final turn here, turn 11, onto the front straightaway with our leader, Tommy Dreese, as he's encountering a little bit more traffic here.
You know, it's interesting. I was talking to Evan Slater yesterday, and he was saying, just learning Laguna. And I said, what's hard? And he said, well, it's getting out of certain corners. Turn 11 is a classic, because if you get it wrong, a nice little move by Tommy to get past one of the other cars in the other groups, and if he can make that stick and Dyson doesn't get through, that could give him a big advantage. But here comes Thwaites now, all over the back of Amy Ruman in the McNichols number 23 Corvette.
Yeah, this is heated up to be a heck of a battle, too. And, Ken hasn't gone anywhere. And Amy is not laying over. So Amy's up for the fight. No! Contact. And I do not think that was intentional. I don't think that was intentional at all. As you saw Ken immediately put his hands up and apologize as to what happened there. I think, we got a little bit of a note from down at pit road, and that Gary, his crew chief, went over the wall to check on something. He may have a braking issue, and that's why what got him in there and caused him. And that'll happen in any race car, and especially here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's very hard on the brakes. And if you're tucked up behind a car long enough, you see Dyson, he's not necessarily always pushing there to get to panic Tommy. He's putting his nose out there to get fresh air into the brake ducts, get fresh air into the cooling system, so that he doesn't have that issue. So maybe, and I'm just speculating here, but that I don't believe that was intentional at all by Ken. That was a square hit. He was trying to hit her as square as possible because he knew he had a braking issue. I believe that's what we're looking at.
Well, good news that Amy is still running. You saw her going up the Rahal straight there. Look at this, Datsun all over him at the Andretti curve, the Optima Batteries Andretti curve, the famous turn 2 here at Laguna Seca, and then diving into 3. And Dreesy, if he hasn't felt it, must be feeling that pressure now. 11 laps gone, and he's had that number 20 right there the whole time.
Yeah, I tell you, Chris Datsun into turn 2 is very, very strong. And right here between 4 and 5, obviously, Tommy feels the heat as they get and maneuver around some of the lap traffic. But he's got a heck of a run coming up here to 6. And this is not, the Franklin Road Apparel turn 6 is not usually a passing zone. But
Nicely
Chris
done.
Datsun showed us something different. Great pass on your leader, Tommy Dreesen. Now let's see if Tommy was holding up Chris at all.
Yeah, that was interesting because, like you say, Tommy wouldn't have expected that there and then, would he?
No, I mean, that was a surprise move. That was traffic that kind of got into and rattled Tommy and where he was at in his line and what he could take, and it sacrificed him on the exit of turn 5 there. Chris got a great run out of 5, took full advantage of it, and dove down in on 6. I mean, that's down there in the Franklin Road Apparel turn 6 is not more. That's not, let's just say, as drivers get together and say, yeah, that's your passing opportunistic feeder. You're going to take that chance.
Well, Chris Datsun started the weekend 12 points ahead of Tommy Dreesy. He got the pole position, and of course that helps. He got some more points there, but that's the most important, is to get ahead of Tommy in the race as we go back on board with the Porsche GT3R of Eric Joyner in XGT.
Yeah, this battle is, it's still a little bit of a gap between these, between Eric Joyner and Bob Mueller. Bob has not been able to pull that gap in too close, but you never know here around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca if we get ourselves underneath the full course caution, that could make a heck of a race out of this. And right there in a peculiar spot is
Cindy
one
Lux.
of, I don't think that's Cindy. I think is that Dirk Lundberger? Or
No, he's got a different
color.
color
Oh, no, that
scheme.
is Cindy. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. That's a shame if she's sitting there dead in the water.
Luckily,
yeah, that is
she's off
Cindy.
the race line.
That is
but,
Cindy.
yeah.
And the Black Rock Coffee Viper there. And sorry to see that. And she's in and it can be kind of a peculiar position because, if someone were to spin to the inside or have some contact there, it's going to get racy into turn 11 as the laps start to wind down.
Well, we're going to take another look at what happened with Ken Thwaites because I was very interested to how you explain that. We'll see it again. Now you take over.
See, there's plenty of gap here, so it's not like he's overrushing the corner. See right there, it doesn't seem like the car's stopping for the pressure he's putting into it.
Gotcha.
So
Good point.
I don't think that he was intentionally going after Amy's tail. Unfortunately for Amy, I mean, she's having a run of a life right here, and you can see him. You'll see hard brake pressure. He's full brake. See, that's full brake. He can't go any more full brake as you see on the meter there, and you can see like Ken was not happy with the way that turned out. So I feel bad for Amy, horrible, and I know Ken feels the same way because a heck of a race going there, and she's having a really good season of just surviving these races and figuring out this new version of the Pirelli tire. The Pirelli has been a struggle, and there's a good look at Cindy Lux there.
Yeah, and that's why we've got the caution out. Cindy Lux parked basically on the main straight. They're talking to her, engineers talking to her, but she is in a precarious position. She's not on the racing line, but you can't just leave a car on the front straight there and not have the caution. So we are under our first caution here in our TA XGT SGT GT race here at Laguna Seca round 4.
We hated breaking the action, everyone does, but I tell you what, that's a great call by David Hoots up there and the gang and Gordy and the group and the Trans Am officials because it is a peculiar position. Cindy can't get out of the car where it is. It gets safely out of harm's way, so it's important that they throw this caution, get her out of harm's way, get that car out of the way, and then we can go racing here again real soon.
Yeah, and let me just explain, having seen Laguna Seca as many times as I can. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a short break, and then I'll explain why she's in a precarious position, because if you know Laguna, you'll know why. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more from the action of TA and the rest of the groups after this.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and as you can see, Ken Twaite's pulling off into the pits, not because he's got a mechanical issue. He's been given a drive-through for that incident with the Corvette, the number 23 of Amy Ruman. So sadly, Ken Twaite's coming in and out, but fair enough.
Yeah, that's avoidable contact, and that call's going to be made every time, and I'm sure Ken was expecting it. Whether you had a mechanical thing going on or not, he know, and I'm sure, like I said, I'm confident that was intentional. I don't know Ken to drive that way and compete that way, so I know that wasn't the case. And but you know, fair is fair, and there was a position loss or more from that contact, and of course he's going to serve that punishment. He serves it, and he'll get back to business. He's going to put his head down, and there's a lot of laps left of this race, and nothing's over yet. You know, he got to that position battling with Amy awfully quick, so I don't see where he's going to struggle to find himself near that place again in the fight.
Now we'll keep an eye on the safety car, but we're expected to go green next time, and therefore I'm going to be watching a different color, blue, because I'm going to be watching Tommy Dreese to see if he can do something into that turn 2 Optima Batteries Andretti curve at turn 2, because that is probably one of the keys at a restart here, right?
Yeah, I mean, restarts are king. That's where the easiest passes are made. We saw that Tommy, you know, the horsepower, the torque that he has in that Gentillosi, you know, Ford Mustang there is really ripping up the straightaway. So on this restart, I'm expecting big things out of that machine here. So ought to be good to watch this fight getting into the Optima Batteries hairpin for sure.
Okay, so coming out of 10 now, one more corner to go. Let's see if the pace car comes in. He does, and right enough, Tommy Dreese right there behind Chris Dyson, who just uses the brakes to get him warmed up, I'm sure, more than anything else, but also hold back Tommy Dreese. It's he who decides to go first, and away they go, past our commentary position.
Yeah, it is the leader's choice on restarts now. It's when the leader goes, that's when the green flag goes. It's not the that was a rule change this morning in our drivers' meeting, and I think it's a very positive change. It's going to, I think, help the restarts out a little bit, keep it from being so bunched up and cause some, you know, yellows can cause yellows, and we don't want to see that. We want to see racing.
Good start by our current champion, Chris Dyson, but a long way to go. I often say this, 52 minutes, it's only 15 and 45. And after a little respite like that, you suddenly look at the clock and go, oh, there's a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, only a third of this race is gone, as we said. I mean, it's early days, and that's why I said, you know, Ken Twaite isn't panicking. He's right back there in the same shot as his nearest competitor, and Amy. And if he catches that McNichol's Corvette again, I can guarantee he wants to make right by it and make the racing clean and let the whole world know. Definitely not him. And I can promise you that Eric Joyner's not in reverse. So if you're thinking that's what gear he's in, but the speed seems to be right on that Cosworth dash. But this is a beautiful machine there, former factory car that Patrick Long drove, and it's a competition. So great to have it here in the Trans Am Series, and really honestly, a car like this is built for WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, as he's looking to the outside here of the two-time champ, Amy Ruman.
Yep, coming into 10, Ruman closes the door, and as she might. But as you say, yeah, it is a Patrick Long car. I discovered that myself when I opened the door one time and had a look on the side, and there was Long's number and name.
Yeah, and I mean, you also got to remember, too, is Eric's in a fight here with Bob Mueller, and Bob, throughout this yellow, that closed that gap. That 10-second gap that he had to Bob is no longer there. Now, his gap to Bob is only 2.9 seconds, so he's feeling the pressure that he's got to make sure that he stays on this battle and that he doesn't let that gap close behind him. But Eric is a crafty little veteran here, our champion from last year, so I don't anticipate that he's going to make a mistake. He's going to hold a pretty wheel here and keep hounding on the two-time champ there of Amy Ruman and that McNichols Corvette.
Yeah, in qualifying for XGT, Eric Joyner set a new class record of 128.723. So he's been on it all weekend, and he's not afraid to have a good dice with a TA car. And a very experienced Trans Am champion at that.
I'd say our doubleheaders last year at Watkins Glen, you know, our I believe it was a doubleheader weekend or something like that we had at Watkins Glen last year. That Eric was in the dogfight with us because it was all class racing, and it was a heck of a dogfight. We had a lot of each other because that Porsche finds its strengths down certain areas of the racetrack, and where we can always find our strength with the big V8s. On that Porsche is down the straightaways.
He's trying again through Rainy Curve, but again, the Corvette closes the door. And into 10 they go. Coming up to the last corner here at Laguna 11, the left-hander. Got to get out of this. I've mentioned it before. It's a place you can make an overtake if there's enough room, and he almost gets it, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, he would need to make that work on a TA car. He'd have to do a block pass. He'd have to get into the apex before the car ahead and really kind of slow the apex speed down so that you get the straightaway, because the straightaway advantage is just too great with these thunderous V8s that we have inside these Trans Am cars. I mean, you're looking at over 900 horsepower that you're sitting underneath the heel of Ken Thwaites here, who's on the hunt. Look at his head's down. You can see he's got the grip between his teeth, and he is ready to go. Like he's paid his penalty, and he's paid his debt to society here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna, and he's going to make a pass here on Eric Joyner, maybe take a look into the Mission Foods Turn 5. Now, he's got enough squirt that he might be able to take advantage of Franklin Road Apparel, Turn 6 here. Let's see if he's able to take advantage. It is so good under the brakes, the Porsche is.
Yeah.
Up here the Ray Hall straight, with all the torque he may be able to get, but it's going to be tricky.
You can make a move at the top corkscrew on the inside, but then you're in the wrong place, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, it can be done. It's known to be somewhat of a desperation move. We tend to do it a lot in practice for slower traffic, but
yeah.
But and you'll see it. You'll see that blast for the win, right? The famous Zanardi pass.
Yep.
You blast through there so fast that you're not there. You just got to launch it down to the apex on the second one. So
or Casey Stone.
Yeah, or for the motorcycle
two
racing
wheels,
fans. Yeah. But yeah, there's Valentino Rossi, the timeless classics that have gone through that corkscrew. So we did ask in the drivers' meeting if that was going to be frowned upon, and it was. So, so you're going to see Ken Thwaites get a good pass.
That's
here
a much
corner.
more turn one. The little kink is much more obvious than block pass at Andretti. The Optima batteries turn 2. That makes more sense. Masood's followed him through.
Yeah, Humaid is really doing a great job. Haven't mentioned Humaid at all, and he's doing an awesome job. He is right now looking at being P4 or P5 overall, and P5 in the TA class. So. This is a very, very good run for him, and he's right here in the thick of it. This is the battle for podium right in front of Eric Joyner, who we're on board with, and that good boy Bob Coffey Porsche 911 GT3. So, Humaid with the all-Graham Ford Mustang here. That's out of the Chris Dyson Racing stables. So Scotty and the gang are attending this car, so no doubt that it's poised and ready. But it would be great to see, I want to see any of these cars on the podium. They're all my friends, and I love the performance that they're showing right now and the racing that they're giving us. It's very, very entertaining here, lap 18 of 45.
Yeah, and in the case of that light blue and white Humaid Masood car, he's hardly done any of this season, so he's not rusty, but he's hardly driven, so good to have him back. He was on the podium here last year and at Sonoma, so this is a good weekend for him to get going, and of course he's the sidekick, if you will, to our champion Chris Dyson, teammate 2. Just heard from the pits from Ben that Don McMillan from Texarkana had a brake issue. They brought him in and the pedal went straight to the floor. So you don't want that.
See here, this is going to be getting racy again here. Now, like I said, what happened here last time between these two competitors, I know that Ken, he's going to make sure he's nice and clean here. Looked real slippery there on the exit of the Optima Batteries hairpin here as they come into turn number 3. That's where the river was yesterday that Adam Carolla unfortunately hit and ended his weekend. Come in here. This is a fun turn 5, fast, sweeping corner. Can hold a lot of corner speed. Click up through 2 gears here into the Mission Foods turn 5. He's going to take a little peek. Amy's going to leave the door open. And he's going to get a run up here into the Franklin Road Apparel turn 6, or is he?
That's interesting how she did that, and again, she kind of, she doesn't leave it as open this time, but I agree with you. Coming into 5 there, it looked as though he had a clear run, but she was banking on the fact that she'd accelerate. She had the line to accelerate early.
You know, she found grip on the outside there, and that's something that put in the memory bank, right? I mean, if someone does get down to you and pops on you on the inside and gets position, your race isn't over there. You can hold the outside line there and get a run. And, you know, Ken's got his mirrors busy. He can't just...
I was about to say, yeah.
He just can't focus forward. He's got Humaid right here behind him, getting ready to make his own party.
Yeah, and I think if Humaid is smart, and same for Joyner right behind him that we're on board with now, he could wait for perhaps Ken to make a lunge that doesn't work and potentially get past both.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. I mean, that's being an opportunistic feeder in this series is waiting for that mistake. As Ken again gets in a little bit too hot.
And he's going to lose the spot, and he has done to Humaid and possibly the Porsche of Joyner, and they're side by side as they head towards 3. Ken Thwaites puts the foot down on that 850 horsepower plus.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and win that drag race every time into turn number 4 there, or 3, and we're in 4 right now. And so, yeah, Ken's going to gather himself. He's just got to kind of relax a little bit, get back into his rhythm. Again, we're not even at the halfway point. And if I was on his ear and his radio, that's exactly what I'd be telling him. All right, you know, we are right here, not even at the halfway point. Calm it down, bring yourself back down, get back into that pace. Let this race start coming to you.
A mistake like that by Ken, would that affect the tires in any way?
I know he didn't have a severe lockup, so so he might have got a little dirt on the tires, you know, being out there in the gray. And but again, he was able to put the power down no problem and win the drag race with this good boy Bob Coffey Roasters 911 GT3 of Eric Joyner. So I don't think that was necessarily the case. So they're setting sail now. Those 3 TA cars have found something that Eric has had a hard time to match here lately.
That's the 92 of Chris Evans, racing hard in SGT. In fact, now leading in SGT. Now Cindy Lux has gone out. So that's your leader, number 92, Chris Evans, who will be tickled big because I was looking at his record and he was telling me that he did get a podium. He said, well, there were several DNFs, and I said, hey, race is racing. And he goes, yeah, I'll take it. And that'll be the truth of today, too, because he did well at Thunder Hill, and this is effectively round 2 for the West Coast, too. So he'll be enjoying this one, leading in SGT.
Funny thing about the record books there, Jonathan, they don't ever say who had DNFs. They only say who won. So that's the beautiful part about that is when you hit the record books, you're in there as a winner.
What do they say? The winners write the history.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's no question there. And this is a good look here at the number 31 of Michael LaPaglia, and he's here, and I've seen him. He's been working underneath the tent of Adrian Vlastowski, you know, in the TA2 group, and they've been working right behind us. They're our neighbors there with Three Dimensional Services Group and Peterson Racing. So
nicely prepared car.
Beautiful car, and they're having a ball. I tell you what, this is a really fun group to be neighbors with.
Yeah, I had a chat with him this morning, and this is basically his first SGT race. And so brand new car, never raced at Laguna, first time out. He's an ex-motocrosser and supercrosser. And then, like a lot of motorcycle riders said, you know what, this is pretty tough on my body. He's from Southern California. He's done the Baja a couple of times. And he said to me, yep, having a roof over my head as I get a little older, that's what I needed. And he's now gone from the NASA Series. He did that in 2018 and 19. And now he's here to try Trans Am. And we welcome him aboard in that Ford Mustang. Beautifully prepared, really lovely looking car.
I asked the great Travis Pastrana that once. I said, what made you make that transition? You're not being on bikes anymore. He said, well, when I'd make a mistake on the bike, it hurt for a couple months. You make a mistake in the car, we get out the vacuum, dust it off, and go back out. Oh, look here at the 48 car. This is Mike Weathers here, and he's in pit here, the G-Speed Chevrolet Corvette. That's a beautiful-looking machine there, but unfortunately is looking a little under the weather, Jonathan Green.
Oh, nicely done, yes.
XGT.
Yep, sadly. I don't know what, it's hard to tell. Tony giving us a good insight as to what, Tony Garcia, our pitman, giving us a good insight as to what's going on, but they're not making any big moves, so it must be something mechanical that they can't do anything about.
Right. I mean, I'm so proud of Amy here. She's done such a great job in this position and been under pressure. I mean,
Ken's proud of it too because he's caught up.
Yeah, these are like her championship days of old, you know, where she was having to battle and fight for tooth and nail for every little spot, and she's back in that battle again, and it's just great to see. And Humaid is all over it. I mean, like, he is chomping at the bit, wanting to pop on this McNichol Chevrolet Corvette of the two-time champ. And Amy is that Corvette is wide. She is making sure that it's staying nice and wide there as they carry some good exit speed onto the front straightaway here. Up over turn 1. That's a fun corner in these cars. Gets nice and light. Got to be brave to keep the power down hard on the brakes for the Optima batteries. Hairpin here to the left.
I love the way you say nice and light. If my car went light over turn 1 at Laguna Seca, I'd probably lose my lunch.
Yeah, I mean, you do watch what you have for lunch here because, it's, you do have plenty of undulations here, Mid-Ohio, Road America, Sonoma, where we're at next week. Plenty of places where you can let lunch come back up into the throat a little bit. But
well, thank you for that graphic illustration, Adam Andretti.
Everybody always wants to know what it's like in the race car. So
okay, no, fair enough.
Just painting the picture.
I love it. Exactly what we wanted. Back with Eric Joyner in the Porsche GT3. He, of course, trying to hold on to his position in XGT, so he doesn't have to challenge too hard. He's not necessarily racing against the cars in front of him in terms of group, but he's a racer like everybody else, and if he can get amongst them, he will. He's fighting with Bob Mueller, who's behind him in 7th position overall and 2nd in XGT. But the real story for me is Ken Thwaites trying to come back as Masood tries to keep putting the pressure on the Corvette of Amy Rumin. This man in the Franklin Road Apparel, Ken Thwaites' car, Chevrolet, is really now back on the scene, having had problems earlier on and going wide at turn 2. He's right there at 11 now, right behind Masood.
Yeah, Masood Humay just has a real issue with trying to get the power down out of 11 there. As you see, Ken Thwaites going to get a heck of a run up over the hill. Oh, boy, if he had just positioned himself a little bit differently, I think Ken could have got the pass done on Humay. But Humay, locks the rear. Get into the Optima batteries hairpin here. Not ideal, but that'll kind of heat up the rear tires, and that might be why Humay is struggling to get the power down, as I see Ken laid out a couple 11s coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, so everybody making mistakes, even Amy Rumin going slightly wide there into the Optima batteries turn 2.
Yeah, this place is so slick and has such little grip that, like I told you before, tire deg is big. And we're at that point. We're just past the halfway point to where we're really starting to see these things slide around a lot. And I tell you what, Amy Rumin, knowing her experience on the previous tire, the way that it was, that was a slip and sliding around tire. So that's going to really fit her style, and I think that's why we're starting to see a little bit of a gap open up.
Let's head down to the pits. Ben Sissel has got Cindy Lux to find out what's happened to her.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here in the garages with a heartbroken Cindy Lux. I've been with Trans Am since 2015. I can't remember a time that you haven't finished a race. Cindy, what happened?
That's the magical question. I don't know. We were just kind of controlling the race a little bit and coming down the hill, full throttle, third gear. And I mean, when I say a boom, a big bang, and it's something that we haven't felt before. So until the guys dig into it, but it was pretty bad, and it was shaking so bad. So it's so disappointing, but also so disappointing before back-to-back races. So yeah, I think I need a cliff to go jump off right now. I'm so disappointed, but that's racing, and hopefully we'll get it together. But like I said, we have no idea. This is a new one for us.
And if Cindy Lux doesn't know, it's got to be something crazy. Cindy, I'm so sorry. Gentlemen, back to you.
All right, security up at the corkscrew. Do not let Cindy Lux anywhere near.
Yeah, right. No, Cindy. Yeah, no, please, no. We're you've come too far, too long. She's love Cindy Lux. She's we have a special connection. It was because of my brother's drive with Checker for Andretti that she went and got screened and found some early signs that I believe she's a clean bill of health. But I know that she's come and shared that story with me, and we've shared some good hugs and things in the paddock. So it's a shame to see that. But again, Cindy, brighter days are ahead. You got a very talented group there, and you're going to find out what that was. And sometimes the biggest bangs are the simplest fixes.
Well, I was about to say, and she mentioned it, we said it at the top of the program, it's all about next week, because now she is facing that issue of getting to find that problem and getting it fixed and sorted by Wednesday, getting it up to Sonoma and getting sorted.
Right. I mean, there's that's a good part about being on this side of the country, right? There's a lot of motorsport here, so you can certainly find yourself the spare parts possibly that you may need. There are, obviously, everyone knows some supply chain issues, and racing is not immune to that. So, what a great addition here with the Lamborghini here. The number 73 of Mike Sheehan, and it's I don't believe any relation to Tom Sheehan in TA2, but how cool is it to have a Lamborghini here? And What's funny is it's sponsored by Ferrari's Online LLC.
I know, I saw that. I was
So
like,
they-
how can you have a Ferrari sponsored by Lamborghini?
They just
There you
cover
go.
all the Italians.
There
And,
you go.
And me personally, you know, Val, and you know, the last name ends in a vowel. I got to appreciate that. So glad that Mike Sheehan is here. Adds another XGT car to the class, and it's a beautiful, beautiful race car to have out there.
There's a story about that too. He doesn't always run the 73, but he just turned 73, so he thought, you know what the heck?
That's a great story. No, I remember Paul Newman doing that at Daytona. I believe the number was 70 or was it 80?
Can't remember.
I remember it was one of the two.
I think it was 70.
75, or 80. It was one of those three, I think. But and someone will definitely correct me online.
And in fact, you
but-
can see, look, the sticker's coming loose.
Yeah.
It's so new.
Yeah. But is that the sticker or the fender coming out from
Yeah,
some
could be.
contact?
Either one.
Yeah, but
he's doing a good job. The leader's going through it. He's giving them plenty of berth.
yeah, a little bit of bodywork damage there on that Lamborghini,
Yes.
as we could see flailing
There
out
it
in the
is,
wind,
yeah.
getting to pull out. But maybe got a little bit of a pack in the rear from somebody in one of these intense braking zones. I mean, if you're so close sometimes, and I mean, if you don't roll the corner, you know, at the exact same speed. Oh, look at here, lap traffic for Tommy Dreese, who is now, 7 seconds behind Chris Dyson, our leader. And I think Dyson was doing just that. He gave Tommy a big battle there at the beginning and let Tommy really kind of take some of the tire down. And you know, now he's there in kind of salvage mode, as we see that Masood and Thwaites have gotten around Amy Ruman now. We missed that battle there for third, but Humaid Masood is right there in P3, so this could be a CD Racing double podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if tactically Chris Dyson's thinking he's just put in a couple of fastest laps. He's got that gap now of 7 seconds. But does he sort of think and look at the lap and think to myself, well, if there's another caution, I can let things cool down. But if I stay at 7 seconds and we stay green, it's Tommy who's got to do the work.
Yeah, I mean, he's running very good lap times. And Ken Thwaites was the fastest one out there on the lap previous. So it'll be anxious to see what they're pulling around this lap. And, again, you got Dyson is out there just handily doing it. He's the only one in the 26s as Dreese comes along the line at 28.7. And he's just kind of putting on a clinic out here. Chris Dyson, another clinic here in 2022 in the Trans Am Series.
So 28 laps gone in our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Round 4 of the championship, TA, XGT, SGT and GT, and of course the West Coast round 2 for their championship. They've already raced at Thunder Hill, but they're delighted to be here. We've got some new entries like this man coming through here in the Ford Mustang, and good to see.
Yeah, Howard Johnson.
Michael LaPaglia out there.
Yeah, and we got Howard Johnson right behind him here, and this is like almost like a TA2 car, if you will.
Yeah.
Running in the SGT class, so it's kind of neat to see them find the rules for that.
Yep, he's another man from Portland, Oregon. They both have welding sponsors on the front of their cars. Good friends, Chris Evans and Howard Johnston, and they said, they're not really trying to turn up too many trees in trying to win here or anything. They're just getting their heads down, and of course the West Coast is what's important to them. They very rarely have West Coast back-to-back, so this is a kind of a new thing for them to experience, and so I think they're all kind of going about it gingerly. Masood just getting past
That's
Johnston
tricky up there.
Yeah.
I told you, it gets to be desperation move, and he's got Ken Thwaites breathing on his neck.
So,
I told you if I didn't know what Paul Newman's number was, I'd get hounded on the phone, and I did. So a good friend of mine, Peter Stark, told me 78 and 79. So I was close but off. Thanks,
we should
Peter.
have called Adam Carolla. He's got him in his garage.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I know. I mean, exactly. But thanks, Peter. Appreciate that. But yeah, 78, 79, and those were when he ran his numbers. So 73 for Mike Sheehan is pretty cool.
So down the front straight again and over the crest of turn 1, and Thwaites looking for a way past who made Masood, and Masood.
He's being very defensive, just like
driving.
Amy was earlier, right? You know, making a nice wide car here, and these two are, Ken is going to be under the microscope a little bit because of the earlier contact, and so he's got to make sure that it stays. He finds out where he needs to find. He needs to get that run on him and be nice and clean and smooth, because I think he's got more pace than Humaid, but it's got to be a good clean pass because, like I said, the Trans Am officials got their eye on that number 7 Franklin Road Apparel Camaro, and Masood has a hard time getting the power down. That's what I'm saying. You got to really time out that when he makes those mistakes, you can really pounce on that.
Adam, how does the car change from a lower fuel level? The tires are going down. I mean, I can see from just these onboard that Masood looks a little looser. Is that normal?
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness that these cars don't have that little bit of a grip when it's full of fuel, right? I mean, we're really blessed that we get to this point we're low, and because they're a handful. You have so much power under your foot, and if you haven't been nice to the rear tire, this is the point. We're 15 laps to go. We're 2/3 point of this race, and this is really when it starts to get, you got to have like an eggshell on that gas pedal.
Okay, is there a pull the pin time of moment for you, or do you just go, is there a number of laps, or do you just go when the time is right?
You just got to be an opportunistic feeder almost out here. You know, you got to just kind of go when the time is right. And
Can.
Yeah, this the Optima Batteries hairpin has really been his Achilles heel this race, and it's caught him out several times. And so, but who knows? Maybe he's just sizing it up to have the big dramatic last lap pass there for the podium.
Well, he's lost a lot of ground as they go through 4. You can see it for yourself as we're on board with the Franklin Road Apparel Ken Thwaites in the number 7. Really good illustration. I love watching that left-hand side box where you see his hands doing the work, and you can also see the throttle and the brake, and we saw it very, very nicely illustrated, and I think you were spot on with that thing with the Corvette of Amy Ruman, because his foot was flat on the brake.
Yeah, he was definitely not like releasing or doing any kind of modulation. He was buried into the brake pedal there. This is going to be a battle here between Eric Joyner. This is an overall battle for P5. This is an inter-class battle, but an overall battle, and these two, the 2 XGT cars of Eric Joyner and Bob Mueller, are splitting up the last 2 TA runners of Amy Ruman and Simon Gregg. And
outside of Rainey, look at that.
That looks like it's going to stick.
He's got it.
Yeah, to the inside here, turn 10.
Nicely done.
Yeah, very well done. And Amy didn't need to stick up too much of a fight there. And it wasn't for class position. Overall position's important. Doesn't make necessarily for a class win.
Well, Amy Ruman is who we're watching on track, but let's talk to her crew chief. Ben Sissel is down with him right now. Let's go down.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Dave Skinner. She has had a rough race. What's she saying to you on the radio?
Oh, there's been a lot of pushing and shoving and all that, and I think she's, trying to stay ahead of all those guys. She's kind of used up the rear tires a little bit. She's complaining that the car's a little loose in the back end, and it's evident by the lap time. So hopefully she'll just hang on for the end of the race. We've got a good solid 5th right now, and hopefully we'll move up. You never know what'll happen up front. So
Amy Ruman is as tough as McNichols steel. She's going to be just fine. Back to you, gentlemen.
Nice segue, beautifully done. We got the McNichols logo there, and it's a tried and tested both color and name and number for the 23. She's been a Trans Am champion in the past, and I really do think that this year she's got that bit between the teeth. She came out of Charlotte and Road Atlanta, looking at the championship points, and thought, you know what, I'm in a run here. I can compete here.
Yeah, I mean she's in a great position. She's just putting in solid finishes, and like I said, that's Amy Ruman. She puts in the solid finishes, doesn't tear up equipment, brings race cars home. When you have a mechanical, it wasn't anything she did. You got to figure out what the issue was. So, it's good to see that some of that is coming to fruition. But I know she still wants to find more speed. There's still, a bit of that speed she's missing, even with this Pirelli tire. So I know Dave and her dad, who engineers the car, Bob, they're working really, really hard to make that happen, and to get this McNichols Chevrolet Corvette with Amy Ruman back, really fighting for those top podium spots like she's used to doing.
Yep, and you're not missing anything at the front. Chris Dyson increasing that lead now to 11.4 seconds over Tommy Dreese. So Dyson is in the mood, as we predicted, having been stolen from a clear victory last year. He is determined to make this stick. Meanwhile, Tommy Dreese is calling his team and saying, somebody create a caution, please.
Right. Yeah, he's desperate for one as well. And watching Ken Thwaites here close the gap again on Humaid Masood. This has been one of the better battles all day long.
Yeah.
And I think they just went around maybe and lapped the 59 there of Simon Gregg, who has the most TA starts in history. I think 200-plus starts.
That's incredible.
That is incredible. That's a great career for Simon. A lot to be proud of there, and so happy to have Simon back here. This is his first race of the season in the Trans Am Series, and It's great to see him back in the Peter Gregg Foundation colors, and it's with Claudio Burton and Burton Racing, and it gives you that warm fuzzies inside. So glad that he's here, Simon, and holding a pretty wheel out there, and looking at who made here. This fight for the last podium spot is going to just get vicious right here down to the end.
Yep, and we'll be talking more about the Peter Gregg Foundation tomorrow. That putting money into the youngsters, which is a great opportunity to win over $20,000. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Adam Andretti will be, of course, racing in TA2. But we're 33 laps into this 45-lap race. 25 minutes to go, settling down. Chris Dyson and Dreesy going at it. A chance for a Dyson Masood, the teammates on the podium at the moment. Ken Thwaites, though, putting pressure on in 4th place. Leading XGT Bob Mueller and Eric Joyner, but Joyner ahead overall in 5th place, with Mueller down in 7th place. Hats off, though, to Bob. He only arrived this morning. He came to do SVRA, and they threw him in that Porsche, and away he goes, and he's currently in 7th position. SGT led by Chris Evans. He's in the West Coast Challenger, the number 92, and he's got Michael LaPaglia, also of California. Chris Evans, of course, from Oregon, but LaPaglia from California. But that's who's 2nd and 3rd is Dirk Lugerberger in his first run back this year, and good to have him back on board. He's in Lux's team.
Yeah, Dirk is flying the colors for Lux Performance Group, and that'll help ease the wounds a little bit of Cindy Lux and the gang there. And it's a family operation. They do great work, awesome performance shop, and just a fun group of people to be around. And it's a shame to see what happened to her earlier. But Dirk's doing a great job flying the colors. On board there with Eric Joyner in that 911, that good boy Bob Coffee Roasters 911 GT3. And then we look here as the 32 car of Howard Johnson in the SGT. He's running 5th class. Doing a nice job there, holding a pretty wheel in front of the 51. And that is of Don McMillan. I believe that's a fight for position right here, these two.
Yeah, Don McMillan's got back out, so whatever the problem was, they've sorted it. He had a little brake issue, but Chris Evans leading SGT.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good victory. He's going to really enjoy being able to pull home that victory, and it always feels good staying on top part of the rostrum at the end of the day on race day. So you only got one more week, and you get right through Sonoma and see what that brings us. But yeah, I believe that battle's over and done with, and Howard Johnson setting sail there. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 92.
That's Chris Evans.
I'm so sorry, that's Chris Evans.
Yep.
He was lapping the car of Don McMillan.
Yep. And I think Don's taking it careful because obviously he's had that issue, and they've got him back out there, and it seems to be rectified.
Right.
But I would have thought he's taking it rather gingerly.
Yeah, he's multiple laps down, so that makes complete sense to Chris Evans. So, just making sure he gets the car home and nurses it home, and that's smart work.
Let's talk about this last sector of a TA race. We've mentioned the fuel, we've mentioned the tires. That is fairly obvious, but what about strategically? Do you just slow down? I always say that when you start to slow down, you take your mind away a little bit, and that could sometimes create mistakes that you don't need. Whereas if you stay in the zone, you're in the zone.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see, I think Chris has taken about a second off his pace, so he's probably, just short shifting, braking a little bit earlier, definitely taking a little bit easier with traffic, and, driving like a true crafty veteran, because even a second slower a lap is still a second faster than his nearest competitor. So there's really no reason for him to push to be in the 26s anymore. He can still pull a gap by running the 27s that he's smart around traffic. Great to see Chris Evans do a real good job letting the TA car come around, made sure he was very obvious, very early.
Yep.
And that's what you want out of any kind of lap traffic, is to make sure you're obvious early or just hold your line. Those are the two options you have. But darting right in front of the faster car and making it unpredictable is certainly not the best case scenario. You want to be nice and predictable, as we saw Chris Evans put on a perfect display with the faster TA car coming around his SGT Mustang.
Well, if you've been watching Trans Am for the past few years, you'll be well aware of the sight of this Altwell number 20 of Chris Dyson doing just this. He's looking very comfortable. I spoke to him after Friday's practice, and in fact, Tommy Dreese was just a smidgen quicker. And I spoke to him, and I said, "Well, what do you think? Competition's going to be tough." And he went out on clean, on new rubber, and I wasn't expecting anything. We'll be fine in qualifying. And then after qualifying, he said the opposite. It was 0.06 of a second between him, and he suddenly went, "Okay, I got that wrong. Dreese's on it."
Well, yeah, and Tommy gave him all he could handle for the first 10 laps of this race, but then. We'll find out from Tommy if if there's anything like that ailed the car or came up and ailed the car for any reason, and so that's something that we could definitely find out post race. Because his handling certainly went away, his lap times went away, and he's been consistently right now in the 29s and 29.5s and been able to pull those off. But you got Humaid who's doing 28 flats. Right behind him, and you got Ken Twait still in the 28s as well. So I don't know if there's anything that's affected his pace, but we'll only find out that after the race, because right now I'm just doing the business and getting through turn 4 there, and getting through turn 3, into turn 4.
Still this battle goes on, and as you quite rightly point out, this is the battle for the race at the moment that we've had that's been ongoing for most of the race between Ken Twaits and this man Masood. Whoa, very close again.
Yeah, it's not real predictable right there, and Humaid is not making it easy for Ken to be able to predict which way he's going to go. And when you're racing for position, this isn't like a lap car. This is what you have to deal with. You have to deal with, that's a strategy. I've watched some of the best in the business. Tony Stewart was a magician at putting his car in places and doing things that just made you guess, like what the heck are you doing if you caught him, because there's nothing illegal about it. It's just, it keeps the person guessing behind. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that cat and mouse game going here between these two competitors.
Yeah, and Ken's got the bit between his teeth because he had that tiny infraction of a wing height infringement, because he would have started third, and that would have put him in a completely different race. Instead, he had to start at the back of TA. He had that problem when he went wide at Andretti at the Optima Batteries turn 2, and then he's been working ever since. So to get back on the podium would be a satisfactory weekend for Ken.
Yeah, it definitely would. The Optima Batteries hairpin has really been his trouble spot today, and it's sucked him in a few times with the competitors, and he gets a great run out of 11 there. That's a really difficult corner to get the run that he gets, and he gets this phenomenal run down the straightaway. He uses full advantage of the horsepower of that Chevrolet Camaro, and he comes down here in the braking zone and gets a really good run down there into Optima Batteries hairpin, gets a drive off of the hairpin here.
That was much smoother than
much
he had
better.
previous.
Yeah, no, he needs that run. He needs that run between turns 4 and the Mitchell Foods turn 5.
Okay.
And then he could get underneath him, complete the pass by Franklin Road Apparel turn 6, and get a clean run up to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Corkscrew.
Bounced over the
There it
curbs a
is.
little bit. Could this be
Just-
it? Oh! They touched! Big time! And through goes Ken Twaits for damage to the car. Wow, they're side by side!
Oh, and he got doored, yeah, and Masood just got into the door there, and Ken's off into the gravel. And I tell you, the gravel here at Laguna Seca is not forgiving. There's a really good chance that we may be stuck there in the Mission Foods turn 5 exit.
Adam, I know you're not David Hoots, and I don't want you to be, but what's your call on that?
That's a tough call. There was some. That was some hard racing. I think Humaid needed to give a little bit more room on the exit there to Ken, so they could race side by side down there into the Franklin Road Apparel turn 6 and see what came out through there up the hill. But I think Ken's stuck in that kitty litter. There's nowhere you could go when you're in that litter. You're absolutely jammed and they're stuck, and that's just a real shame for Ken Twaits there. And he got a good run out of turn 5 or out of turn 4 and was going forward into turn 5. And Humaid was not expecting him to be on the right-hand side there, and came across, felt the contact, and gave the room, and then came out on the outside, and that was not a positive thing for Ken Twaits as Masood came over and gave a little bit of a door shove, and Ken's in the litter, and Humaid is there in P3.
I wonder if there's any damage to Masood cars, because that's going to be his worry, and likewise Chris Tyson. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, here we go. You see a little bit of contact there in between 4 and 5. As we come through here, you can see Masood didn't really make it to the apex, and Ken was using up all the track there, and he was even in the gray at that point. I think there needed to be just a little bit more give and take there from the inside car, and just they could have gone through there, I believe, side by side and found some good racing.
That
here.
incident began here. Watch.
Yep, he gets on the curb there, gets too much of the curb, gets a good run. Now Ken might have been well served to stay to the left there and keep the run going. You know, as we sit in the cheap seats, it's easy to say that. You know, but yeah, he was way up in the gray. Like he definitely gave Humaid lots of room to the inside. And was way up in the gray, and you know, kind of needed that little bit more forgiveness on the other side.
Well, we're under caution as we expected here at the WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway, and TA has thrown up once again some great action. But Chris Dyson has done all the hard work, only to find himself under caution, and Tracy's dreams have come true.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be. You know, this is going to be. This is what we've been talking about too, and you know, this is when we would really like to see lap traffic out of the way, you know, and be able to see the fight for the win go down. You know, because there's right now, you know, we'll count how many lap cars there are in between. You know, Chris Dyson and Tommy Dreese, but I imagine it's not going to be right on Chris's bumper.
Well, let's head down to the pits. Ben Sissel has got the latest from that Franklin Road Apparel team where sadly, they've been stuck in the gravel.
I'm with Gary Seelix, crew chief of Franklin Road Apparel. Gary, you were watching on your phone. What happened? From your point of view, what do you think happened?
We've been having trouble all day with the 21 car blocking and got into us at the start, and it just continued the whole day. And then few laps ago, Ken was making a pass on him, almost got it done, and the 21 got into us and kind of dumped us into the sand trap. Now we're stuck. You know, we'll get it. The car was really fast today. We'll get it pulled out, go to the next one, and get him at Sears Point.
Nice. Yeah, we're at Sonoma for the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour next weekend. You got a lot of work to do, Gary. Back to you, gentlemen.
And you can tell that Gary Seelix has been around, still calling it Sears Point. But again, as we look at it more and more, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But you can hear it's definitely partisan when it's your guy that's in the gravel.
Yeah, no, it's that's a tough one. You know, it's a tough race all around for Ken. You know, there was a lot of drama, and he drove such a valiant effort all day long and put in some great drives and great laps out there. Was turning good lap times here at the end, and when it's really tough and slick and. That's a shame. I would have loved to have seen that race carry out to the very end because I think we could have seen something quite special.
Well, they're pushing Ken back on track because I think he can get up going under his own power. And
that'd be great, yeah, to see him at least finish and get the points.
Yeah, he is up and running. So no real damage then, or heavy damage to that Chevrolet?
No, he just got Dorden off the track. So so that's the biggest thing was losing the laps and losing the time. And now I'll get a little bit of dust on the track, a little bit of gravel.
If I was a driver, I would hate to see that shot.
Yeah, you're getting that. And those can offer a puncture too. So hopefully, you know, that their drivers are made aware. And you see that there's 2 lap cars in between the leaders, and we'd love to see that change and see us get.
So what is the rule? It's up to Hoots to decide. Yeah,
that's up to.
It's a bit like the Formula One conundrum.
Yeah, it's up to the powers that be to make the decision to change that format up, but. You know, we could have, you know, the top 3 right there next to each other and just a little bit of organization.
Well, let's hear from the man who is running away with it at the moment, Chris Dyson's team, and Ben Sissel is down with them.
Gentlemen, we got to be quick because we're about to go green, but I'm with Vince Wood, the crew chief. What did you hear from Masood in that?
He just said that it had been a good battle and that they'd been side by side a couple times. I don't know if he actually touched him or not. He's not sure if he did or not as well, so we'll see after the race what happened with the camera.
So what are you hearing from Chris Dyson? Dyson's doing really well.
Yeah, Dyson's been doing a great job. Chris has been doing an awesome job. He got by Tommy and then got a good rhythm going, and it's been really good from there. He did a great job and kept the rears under him, so the car's still awesome.
I got to interrupt because we're about to go green, guys. Here it comes.
Here we go, thanks Ben. Away we go then, and already Dreese's past the other group car of Dirk Leuenberger, and now in pursuit of Chris Dyson as they head down to the Ultimate Batteries turn 2. And he's not close enough yet. Dyson got away well, and Dreese's got it all to do now with the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's see what can happen here. They were running almost identical lap times before this caution, and still a little bit up on what Masoud's pace could be, so I don't see Hamid dipping into this battle, but you know, again, it's about the same spread we see between these cars that we had on the restart. So that's the difference there. That was the difference maker. But yeah, this is hopefully turned out to be a good 3-lap battle here for us at the end of the races. Eric Joyner's right there too in the XGT class. You see Amy Ruman dive in.
Yeah, Amy Ruman making a big move there. Also looking to get in on the action. Bob Mueller in the number 28 there. All trying to get into position where they can battle for group position. And they don't want to be held back by a different group, that's for sure. There's McMillan, got back out in the 51 Corvette.
Yeah, and he's able to still salvage, you know, P4 and SGT, and that's a great job. You know, that's why you put in the fight to get out there and make sure that you can stay out there and complete these laps. You know, no different than we saw Ken Twaits, you know, go out there. He's going to be 6th in class, you know, 10th overall, but that's out there, and he's getting those valuable points.
And there you see that 35 of Dirk Leuenberger coming into turn 10. Of course, with, as you represented, or you said, representing the Cindy Lutz Performance Group. Sadly, Cindy not making the finish. She heard a big bang. There he is. Took a big wide move there at 11, but it'll work.
You're going to see, I think we're going to see a battle for second place start to heat up here between Tommy Dreesen and Humaid Masoud. And this could get really, really heated. Because, you know, Humaid wants to deliver a CD Racing 1-2, no doubt. Am too, you know, it's a social media network that you own your data, so pretty cool little deal there. But nonetheless, that's what we're looking at here is those two could collect themselves into a battle that brings Amy Ruman and Simon Gregg into the mix.
Let's head down to Ben Sissel once again in the pits.
So, Ken, I'm with Ken here at Franklin Road Apparel. Ken, you came in a little bit banged up. What happened out there, buddy?
Well, Humaid and I were having a pretty good battle there, you know, back and forth. And, you know, I could see that his tires were going off. He kept backing up to me, and I got to him. And, you know, I had to move. We only had 8 laps to go, right? So I had to do something, and I moved to the outside. But, you know, he doesn't give you any room to survive. He moves over on you, you know, tore everything up. And I'm still on the outside going around 5, and then he just, bam, you know, punts me right off out in the gravel. You know, you got to give a guy room a little bit.
Well, guys, that's unfortunate. Ken Twaits, I'm sorry, buddy. Back to you, gentlemen.
Well, and that is motor racing. 2 versions of the same incident. One from one team and the other from the other. But I think I'll take both on board.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly contact. I mean, you can see the 7 car of Twaits move pretty violently. So there was certainly contact, and you know, I'm not going to beat the dead horse too bad. I would have just liked to have seen Humaid has driven such a great race. I would have definitely liked to have seen Humaid just give that extra racing room. And they could have taken that battle into the Franklin Road Apparel turn 6, and we could have been just really enjoying that battle as fans here, and instead of watching that Franklin Road Apparel Camaro sit in the pits. You know, the ECR motor was performing real well. You could see it as they were getting on the straightaway there, and Gary had a good setup underneath the thing, and they had a really good race going. So I feel Ken's pain, been there, done that, and got the T-shirt. So he'll move on again to Sonoma. They'll put the work in, and they'll get that thing. It'll be ready. It'll be like new.
How about this? Eric Joyner currently in what? Hang on a minute. Where's Tommy Dreese disappeared to? I'm looking at Tommy Dreese in 5th place here because Joyner's up in 3rd in XGT's class. So something's happened here for Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a little bit of a deal here with Tommy. He was way off the pace, a 138.5 the last lap. So he's either having a mechanical and kind of what I was suspect of before, why he kind of dropped so far off pace. But yeah, that puts it into a CD Racing 1-2 with Chris Dyson, Humaid Masoud, and there's Dreese under power, but Amy Ruman, our 2-time champion, that Nichols Corvette home. She's got to hold off Tommy Dreese for just another lap because we get the white flag out here. Jonathan Green, we're cycling the last lap here at WeatherTech Raceway.
This is incredible. Final lap then, and amazingly, what a turnaround. Amy Ruman, as you quite rightly point out, has a chance of a podium here. Tommy Dreese will try to change that, but no questioning this though, because Chris Dyson is on his way to victory, and it has been a really purple patch from Well, what was Charlotte in the wall after his tyre blew, but then Road Atlanta was immaculate for Chris Dyson. He comes back to Laguna Seca for this doubleheader, looking to keep clean as he comes down the big machine, vodka spike coolers, corkscrew one more time, and headed towards victory. But this is typical Chris Dyson.
Put on a clinic today, I mean, 100%, and he is loving life right now in this championship, and it couldn't happen for a nicer guy. They put in the work. Scotty and the gang down there, they put it. Oh, Tommy spins up at the top of the corkscrew, and he's doing a little baja coming down to keep the position on Simon Gregg. As you see, Dyson coming to the checkered flag and takes the win.
Dyson wins in the WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca. Back-to-back victories for him, and the team delighted. But who's going to take second? We expect Masood to come across the line. Sadly, Dreesy's in trouble, and Amy Ruman's on her way for a podium. She does hold off, and Amy Ruman in the 23 McNichols Corvette does take the podium, and that is massive for her championship. Starting the weekend in third, and despite all the issues that she was dealing with, battle after battle, pushing and shoving, as her team manager or team crew chief said, she managed to keep through, but that's a typical Amy Ruman run.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, she holds the wheel in a nice way, takes care of her stuff, brings it home, and she's reaping the benefits right now. As we see right here, this is Mike Sheehan here in the Lamborghini. They're from Canada, I believe, and so shame to see them end their race in that way. That's not how you want to finish off your race here. But Trans Am, I mean, is not without its drama, and we have some drama, right? We got these two teammates right there going to take the top part of the podium. I doubt we're going to see a bigger smile on Chris Dyson's face than what we'll see here today all season long.
No, because he didn't make the start, and then he had the work to do to try and get past Dreesy. He bided his time. He got the caution. Then there was another caution that brought Dreesy back into it. Well, Dyson does what Dyson does best, which is to stay cool under pressure, and he has been excellent stuff. And likewise, in XGT, Eric Joyner doing a brilliant job of not only finishing third overall, but winning in XGT. But that puts Amy Ruman on the podium in TA. Bob Mueller finishes the race in sixth place. Not bad for a guy who just came here this morning. And SGT won by Chris Evans ahead of Michael LaPaglia.
And we still don't know, I mean, if this is going to be the final finishing position, because of the contact between the 21 and the 7, and it's up to the officials to find out if that was avoidable or not, and who would be at fault, and so on and so forth. So it'll be interesting to see if this does maintain to be a CD Racing 1-2. It'd be a great story, but it's always up to the officials on how they come to that kind of conclusion. So that you never know what happens, because if that were to happen, then that puts Amy Ruman up into a P2, and it would bring possibly Dreesy into a podium position. So it would, again, change the structure of the championship and the finishing order.
Yeah, that could be massive for Tommy in the comeback at the end of the season.
It's never without the drama here in Trans Am there at
I know.
Johnson Green.
I love it.
Eric Joyner, the hands-down winner of XGT today, third place overall. What a cool accomplishment for XGT. What a cool accomplishment for Eric Joyner. I mean, overall, yeah, to do an overall P3 amongst the Hornet's nest of TA cars. What an awesome job. And again, you want to see one of the biggest smiles on the planet, you'll see it coming out of that number 10 Porsche here soon enough.
I'm looking forward to it. Well, Dyson gets the straps undone, and we'll see that smile from the man himself. And he got Motul Pole Award yesterday with a lap record, I may add. Smashed the lap record, which he held at 24.5 and took it down to 23.7, so pretty impressive. And now he's followed it up with this, a victory for the Altwell team.
Classic Dyson colors on the helmet, and always paying homage to the family history that they've developed inside and made in this sport, and a happy crew there. They deserve it. They put in a heck of a deal, a heck of a race and weekend, and to be stealing the top two spots of the podium for now is good times.
Well, in a moment that helmet will come off, and Ben Sissel, I know, is already there and ready. He'll be getting the interview, and we'll hear from our top men. But there he is. That smile says it all.
Yeah, he's a happy boy, isn't he, Chris Dyson? And I tell you, I've seen the focus in his eyes all weekend long. He's been, every time I've seen him about 3 times this weekend. And we got Ben Sissel right now, so put him down there, Jonathan.
Okay, we got the winner. He's taken his helmet off. He's got the hat on. Let's go to Ben Sissel.
We finally won one out here. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with our winner, Chris Dyson. What an exciting race. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca never disappoints. How's it feel?
I'll tell you what, this place has sure disappointed me in the past. and today was a great day. You know, the races here are always exciting. They're never drama-free, and you never forget this place. And I'm going to tell you what, we finally got one on the board here. I couldn't be happier for the whole team. You know, to have the Altwell car here and the All-Graham car there, 1-2, just absolutely fantastic. I'm so proud of the guys, and the car they gave me was just sensational today. You know, Tommy kept me honest, was pushing me all weekend. I was determined to get a win today, and I'm really thrilled and blessed that we're coming out of here. Thank God for that.
Now wait, hold on. How about this dude? You guys have some history here together. 1-2. Who made? How's it feel?
Feels great. Feels really good. Yeah, it was tough, but feels great now. Yeah, excellent. Can't believe it. It's a good. It's amazing.
Now you two and Datsun Racing, you guys have some history here at Laguna Seca. Explain that.
Well, we got some great history. I mean, Hamid's been with me. He's been one of my great friends. He's been driving with me since 2011, and he played a really important role in helping us clinch the 2011 ALMS championship out here. And he's always quick here, and he proved it today that when he's here and he's running, got it all together. He's right. He's formidable, and here we are. We're on the top 2 steps of the podium. Awesome day for the team.
Nice. Congratulations, gentlemen. Let's find Eric Joyner, 3rd place overall, 1st place in XGT. Joyner, your mom is here. You've got all your fans here. How's it feel?
Oh my gosh, it was a heck of a race. There was a lot of stuff that was interesting. We had a really good car. TJ, the guys, set me up with a great car today. Thank you and kudos to them. Good Boy Bob Coffee, Tool. We brought on Mobile One this year, and of course Pirelli, Trans Am. Everyone, thank you. It was fantastic.
Now, I don't know how we did it, but again, you come in unscathed in this crazy group. And here's your mom, Catherine. Let's talk to her. Mom, how does that feel?
It feels great. I always knew he could do it. He took after his father, and he was a great human being and a wonderful competitor. And I'm proud of everything he has done.
Oh,
How cool is that, Eric?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ben. Yeah. Thank you, guys. It's awesome.
It's going to be a great podium celebration here, guys. I got tears in my eyes. I'm going to send it back to you.
Oh, Ben Sicily, you old softy. And I'll tell you what, Mother's Day's in a couple of weekends. That one's for you, Mom.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And, I mean, you know Eric for 5 minutes and you realize he's got great parents because just a great human being he is.
So let's take a look at the final results then. Provisionally, of course, but Chris Dyson with the win for the Altwell TA Championship. And Humaid Masood taking second, so a 1-2 for that team. Eric Joyner, brilliantly for the Good Boy Bob Coffee Roasters, is 3rd in that Porsche. Amy Ruman, more importantly, is 3rd in TA and 4th overall. Tommy Dreesy comes in 5th. Bob Mueller, what a day for him in the Octavia Tequila car in 6th place. Simon Gregg, 7th, back in the number 59 for Burton Racing. Chris Evans, a really good result for him from the man from Oregon. And then Michael LaPaglia from California in 9th place. And Dirk Leuenberger in 10th for the Lux Performance Group in SGT. Further down also for SGT, Don McMillan with problems, but manages to finish. Howard Johnston in 12th. Mike Sheehan. Ken Thwaites is given 14th position. Mike Weathers and Cindy Lutz did not finish the race. So, what a draw of breath we take after that was a sensational run of TA action. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of what we just witnessed. It wasn't the start that Chris Dyson wanted because away went the number 8. The Lucas Oil man doing really good. Ken Thwaites getting in trouble. Masood spinning round and amazingly he got second. Likewise, the battle between Dreesy and Dyson hotted up nicely. Dyson bided his time, mind. Didn't take too many risks. Ken Thwaites, on the other hand, was bit between his teeth. He had to start at the back. Bangs into the back of Amy Ruman. Turns her around but keeps going, and I don't think that was any real malice there by him. Then the battle heated up. They used the back guys and the other group guys to deal with Dreesy to get the lead. And Ken Thwaites also in the wars again, but coming together finally with Humaid Masood, and into the gravel he goes. But no such problems for the Altwell number 20 of Chris Dyson. The champion continues to march on here at Laguna.
Check.
So great stuff. Eric Joyner, that smile says it all. And Humaid Masood, his first return to racing, and what a way to do it. Let's take a look at some of the action from the group races and, of course, in XGT. And SGT action all the way. Cindy Lux back in the National Championship. Bob Mueller in the 28 coming in early on. Sadly, Cindy Lux heard the bang. She pulled over quite rightly. They've got to start thinking about next week. That brought out a caution, and the action was thick and fast because Joyner was really having a good day out there, pushing hard on the TA of Amy Ruman, who would eventually make the podium in TA, amazingly enough. Plenty of action, though. Chris Evans going so well in SGT in his first national run, and of course round 2 of the West Championship.
Yeah, GT class, great job. I mean, Eric Joyner, 3rd overall. Bob Mueller really put on a good show coming in, to fight with these group, and, to be 6th overall. Pretty fantastic.
And our Chill Out Systems, Chill Out, Keep Cool move of the race has to be, of course, Eric Joyner. What a tenacious run that was by the all-smiling number 10. He certainly had brewed the coffee nicely because really he just kept cool under immense pressure. Look at this, an outside move on Amy Ruman. Not many people can pull that off at Rainey, but Eric Joyner can, and that's why he's our Chill Out, Keep Cool move of the race.
That was a cool pass. That, on the outside of Rainey, that's cool stuff. Watch my cousin Michael pull that off a few times in IndyCar. This was always the ending event for IndyCar back in those days in the early 90s, and I got great memories of that. So Eric put a nice memory in me.
Let's head down to the podium with Ben Sissel.
With the Super GT National Series. So in 2nd place, Super GT, the number 51. I can't wait to hear what happened here. Let's hear for Don McMillan. Come on, let's hear it for Don McMillan. Where is he? Where is Don?
Oh, I think he stopped the last. I heard he might have been off.
All right. So in 1st place, that beautiful yellow Viper Aquastar. Give it up. Let's get loud. Dirk Leuenberger.
Thank you very much. Great stuff.
Dirk, tell us about that race out there.
Well, it was a great race. My teammate had a mechanical, and then I lost my clutch halfway through the race, and I just kept grinding it out. And it was just trying to stay out of the way and finish, and it was a great weather day. And thanks all the fans for coming out. Really appreciate it. Great to see everybody today.
Nice. All right, Dirk, you know what you're doing up here. Hold up that Crystal Sensation trophy. Crowd, do you know what you're doing? Your job is to get loud for Dirk Leuenberger. Hold it up, Dirk. Let's go, crowd. Dirk Leuenberger, that beautiful yellow Dodge Viper. One more time. Hold it up loud and proud. There we go. Dirk Leuenberger, Aquastar, Smart Seafood. Nice job. Congratulations.
Hey, Dirk, I'll trade you.
Now, SGT West. This looks like it's going to be...
You want to give the rest of them out?
Yeah, come on up this way, though. This is going to be a heated, contentious championship the whole time. And for that, we're going to bring up Miles and Esther from Crystal Sensations up here. Miles and Esther through the stairs to present to us the prettiest, coolest trophies in motorsports, Crystal Sensation trophies. Let's hear from Miles and Esther from Crystal Sensation Trophies. They always provide good stuff. And in 3rd place, in that beautiful number 32, where's Howard Johnston? Howard Johnston, where are you at? And crowd, where are you at? Howard Johnston, SGT, where's he at? And then in the number 31 right here, red, white, and blue, that beautiful Ford Mustang, Michael LaPaglia. Where's Michael? Let's hear it from Michael. He's here. That's first job. Come on up here, Michael. All right, Miles. Miles, step across to present that great trophy. Second place is. And in 1st place, Super GT West Coast. 1st place, Super GT overall. Unbelievable. Let's hear it. Chris Evans. Come on up here, Chris. That was fun to watch. No, this one. 213. Chris Evans builds his cars. Unbelievable. Oh, wait, hold on. Howard Johnston, third place. Come on up here, Howard Johnston. Get loud for Howard Johnston, third place. Come on up here. In first place, SGT West. First place, SGT overall, Chris Evans. The founder of GAS also, which is really cool. So, Howard, we were talking earlier today. That looked like a lot of fun. How'd you feel out there?
It was great. It was great. I really felt like a rookie. I hope some of you guys aren't cursing me right now, but I did the best I could to stay away from you.
Nice. Howard Johnson, third place. LaPaglia, you come from Supercross, AMA, the Baja 1000, but now you've got solid ground under you. How did it feel out there?
I didn't feel too solid all the time, but for the most part, we had a good race. It was hectic there a couple times after the caution, but really proud of my whole small family team we have here to come out and compete and get on the podium. It's great. Yeah, I would just like to thank the guys from Pampini's Garage, Robert and Richard, Corbin Johnson for helping us get the car ready, my family, of course, my wife, my kids are here, my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my mom, and of course, I couldn't do this all without my dad. So, Dad, thanks for everything, and appreciate all your help.
Nice. I love it, Michael LaPaglia. And Chris Evans, man, that was quite a show out there you put on. First, tell us about your cars that you're building, and then tell us about your race.
Well, we probably built about 60 race cars overall, most of them NASCAR-style stock car stuff, and we decided to come to Trans Am from the GAS series. Raced Texas last year, worked with Aaron Colwell a little bit over the winter, and he kind of spec'd out some stuff for us and built a couple of new cars, one for Howard, one for myself, and came out Thunder Hill a couple of weekends ago, and here we are today.
Nice. Now tell us about that race out there.
I know Ernie Becker told me that the track's going to change. It's the grip level. You know, we burn off all the fuel, that kind of thing, and he wasn't kidding. It really changed. So I don't know how we did it. About 2/3 of the way through the race, I got a deal from my crew chief saying, Jeff Jefferson, that we were running the fastest lap we'd ran all day. It sure didn't feel like it. I thought I was all over the place and slow, but this should just show you, smooth in, smooth out, and the time shrinks.
Nice. I love it. All right, let's hear it. Howard Johnston, Michael LaPaglia. Hold those Crystal Sensation trophies up high. Beautiful new trophies. And Chris Evans, first overall. Really good stuff from the Super GT. Come on, crowd, get loud and proud. Super GT at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Now we go to the Pirelli hats, and we've heard from a lot of drivers of the changing conditions out there as they put on their Pirelli hats. This track is always unpredictable. All right, let's get loud this time. West Coast Super GT, Howard Johnston, Michael LaPaglia, Chris Evans. I like you guys. That is good. Keep that up. Laguna Seca crowd rocking it. Oh, getting some champagne. Don't go too far, Esther.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, go ahead. Do whatever you need to do. Here we go. Let's hear it. A little champagne celebration. Super GT here. WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. I love it. Hey, crowd. I like you guys. It's a good crowd. Hey, well, hold on now. Let's see. Who wants to see what kind of arm Chris Evans has? Throw that thing out there, Chris. Throw that out there. Who wants it? Oh, it's a boomerang. Oh, nice. That's pretty good, pretty good. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. Now, Extreme GT
XGT. In third place, wearing the number 73 because he is 73 years old. Let's hear it in that beautiful Lamborghini, Mike Sheehan. I know you guys can get louder than that. I mean, look at the back of his race suit. Hold on. Show them the back of your Skunk Works race suit. Look at that. How cool is that? Right over here, Mike. In second place, I got to give a little backstory on this as Miles gives out that Crystal Sensation trophy. Just a couple hours ago, this car is going through tech. I guess he found out this morning he could race in Extreme GT with Trans Am, and he said, why not? Started from the back. Unbelievable show. Let's hear it. The number 28, Bob Mueller. Where's Bob? I don't even know what Bob looks like. Never met him before. He joined Trans Am just hours ago and then comes out here and gets second. Puts on a great show in that beautiful Porsche. Can't wait to hear how that happened. Hey, nice to meet you. Welcome to Trans Am. We're going to bring over that second place from Esther. Beautiful Crystal Sensations. And then one of my favorites, this beautiful tool, Good Boy Bob Coffee Roasters. So cool to have him back. We've been missing him. Let's hear it. Third place overall. First place, Extreme GT. His mom, Catherine's here filming. Let's hear it. Eric Joyner from the beautiful state of California. So happy to have him back. Eric is always smiling. Let's get that beautiful Crystal Sensations trophy. Shakes hands with Bob Mueller. I think they're going to go at it this year, hopefully. Sheehan, Lamborghini, Extreme GT, smiling. Looks like you're having fun out there.
Having fun. I've got a great car. It's not very fast, but it sure looks pretty. So I think I win the award for the sexiest car.
Yeah, now explain something to me. You're a Ferrari dealer, but you're driving a Lamborghini. How does that happen?
We bought two GT3 cars out of Hong Kong about a year ago, and I decided we're going to keep one and go racing. I ran Trans Am way back in the 80s, so I thought it'd be fun to come back.
Nice. Well, hey, let's give him a little welcome back to Trans Am. I love it. Bob, what in the world? You just like, you know, it's a pretty day, let's go racing. What happened there?
Yeah, my buddy Brad just said, hey, you need to come over and race Trans Am. I was just racing with SVRA, it was awesome as well. And I said, hey, if we can make it happen, let's do it. And somehow we did. So thanks to Trans Am. Yeah.
Nice. I love it. Well, welcome. That is so cool. Eric Joyner. So your guy, Brad, calls in extra competition, huh? How was your race?
Oh, we had a great race. These guys were awesome to race with. It was nice to race with Bob the first time. I think we're going to do a coffee tequila swap between us. And one of these races we'll bring tequila and coffee for everybody. So, yeah, everything's great. It was great to race with Mike, who told me at the beginning of the race, I'm 73 and I'm 73 on the car, which I told him I'm driving the 10 car, so I guess that makes me 10 years old. But we had a great race with Amy, some of the Trans Am people. It was a great race.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank?
Yes.
Your mom's here.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to thank everyone that came out to support me. My mother, Ron, TJ, who always gives me a great car. I don't even see where he is. Brandon, Brad, my friend Steve has been with me forever. Darren, who I went to college with, is out here. And Hunter, we brought a new friend out. Hopefully he'll come out to more. I'd like to also thank Mobile One, who's a new sponsor with us, and Trans Am and Pirelli.
Nice. Awesome. I love it. I love this new Extreme GT class. Hold those Crystal Sensation trophies up high. Let's hear it. Mike Sheehan, Bob Mueller, Eric Joyner, Extreme GT, XGT, putting on a good show out there. So much fun to watch. Bob Mueller, welcome to the series. SVRA feeder series, I guess, to Trans Am. I love hearing that. That's awesome. Now they put on their Pirelli hats. All right, Laguna Seca. I need to hear you loud over these beautiful cars behind us. Mike Sheehan, Bob Mueller, Eric Joyner, hold them up. Dude, I like this crowd.
All right, we're double teaming.
That is fun. All right, now here comes Mike Dallenbach with the champagne. You guys old enough to drink that? Uh-oh. Here it comes. Look out. Oh! Eric Joyner getting the spray. Oh, they're all going after me. That's not fair. Mike Sheehan, Bob Mueller, Eric Joyner, ladies and gentlemen, Extreme GT. We know how to have some fun here. Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Hey, great show, gentlemen. That was awesome. Nice job. Mike, thank you so much. Porsche, Lamborghini. TA National, 850 plus horsepower. Absolute monsters, really tough to control. Coming in first place in Masters, Franklin Road Apparel, all the way from Tennessee, gets super loud. Ken Twaits, where's Ken Twaits? First place, Masters. Here he comes, running up here. Here comes Miles. Here comes Esther. Ken Twaits, man, hard-fought battle. Come on up there, get on the top step. First place Masters from Esther. Beautiful. I gotta say, I've been to Ken Twait's shop and he displays these trophies very proudly. They're so beautiful. Thank you guys so much. Ken, Masters, crazy race out there. How's it feel?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I hope everybody enjoyed that, man. I did. You know, me and Amy got together. Me and Amy had a great race. I'm so happy that it all worked out for her. Me, who made also, you know, it was just awesome that we battled like that. It was great. We need a little more duct tape now, so we'll get ready for Sonoma and see what happens.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it. Hold it up. I did notice that Ken Twaits is drinking his competitor sponsor's drink, which is cool. That's the camaraderie. Woo, 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 woo. That's the farthest yet. There he hits a competitor's car, puts a huge dent in the roof. Let's hear it, Masters. Ken Twaits all the way from Tennessee. What a show. Ken, there was about 10 to 15 laps there. You were just, if there was DRS, you'd have been in the DRS zone of who made. That was good stuff. Nice job, Ken. Congratulations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, she got a little banged up early in the race, but like we said, she is as tough as McNichol Steel. Third place, two-time Trans Am champion. Let's hear it, Amy Ruman, that number 23. The Amy Army is loud here. Amy, great showing. I love having you up on the podium with us. Esther's going to present you that beautiful third Crystal Sensation trophy. In second place, the teammates all the way from London, England. Let's give it up. Who made Masood with a great show. Masood, I hear it out there. And then just kind of putting on a clinic again. Set the pole for this race, and then here he is coming up here. Let's give it up for Chris Dyson. Oh, well, CBD. Chris Dyson sporting his sponsor's drink there, getting some energy. Miles is coming with that beautiful Crystal Sensations trophy. I know that Chris and Dyson, they display those trophies very proudly. Prettiest trophies in motorsports. Amy Ruman. That is how you stay in the race and battle. Tell us about that race.
Well, unfortunately, we went off early on with the rears, just didn't hold underneath of us. Too much horsepower from our ECR motors, what can I say? But anyway, you know, we hung on to it to the end and made it to the checker flag to take home third in our McNichols 23 Corvette. And we're proud to be up here, and we appreciate all the fans coming out and supporting us. And, you know, this one I'll take.
I love it. And yes, I'm going to echo that. I love having fans out here. Masood, we've been struggling to have fans for a while. You've been struggling to come race with us. Doesn't it feel good?
It's absolutely, no, it's awesome. It's one of my favorite tracks. Had a great, overall great weekend. Today was awesome. Had a great race with Ken. Really good battle. That, it's memorable for me. I'll remember this. It's great.
Now, I know half a world away, your mom and your auntie are racing. You got to say hi to them.
Yeah. Hi, guys. I'm, watch it online.
He's a little shy with that. Nice, Masood. Congratulations. Dyson, take the mic, dude. Well, you want me to hold something? Tell us about that race.
Well, Ben, just a great day for the team. I mean, a 1-2 here at Laguna.
Hold it up to your face.
A wonderful day for the team, Ben. 1-2 here for us. A track that's it's made some days and broken our hearts on other days, and to come back here and grab a 1-2 after a tough race there last year. I'm so proud of Hamid. What a brilliant drive from the back. Tommy Dreese and I had a tremendous battle at the beginning, hammer and tongs, and I think it was that way all the way through. I hope we put on a great show for the fans. We love bringing these cars out here to the West Coast. Got some friends here, some boys I've known since I was a kid. So happy to be here celebrating with them. I'm really proud of the guys for giving us such a great car here, and I couldn't be happier to be going to Sonoma with the Altwell car to celebrate with the Pickett family and hopefully put it in victory lane there as well.
Nice. I love it. Hold those up, guys. Uh-oh. What are we doing? Oh, we're doing an Amy Ruman selfie. I love it. Oh, Tommy's going to be jealous. I love it. There we go. All right, let's hear it. Amy Ruman, who made my suit, Chris Dyson, putting on such a great show. I love this, the Masood crew. I love it. We got to start that chant, Masood. We're gonna give Masood. We're gonna make him show it. You gotta show us your arm. Who wants a hat from Masood? Come on, let's hear it. Boom. Oh, they're fighting for it. Dyson throwing it out. There we go. All right. Amy's got the arm. Look at that. Throwing some heat. All right, come on. Hold up those Crystal Sensations trophies. One more time in the Pirelli hats. Amy Ruman, who made my suit, and Chris Dyson. We got some champions up here on the podium. Uh-oh, he says stay up there from Mike Dallenbach. Uh-oh, watch out. This could get vicious, ladies and gentlemen. One more, let's get loud. Amy Ruman, who made my suit, Chris Dyson. I don't think you guys are going to be able to... Are you going to be... Oh, Chris Dyson, one for the homies. Always pours one out for the homies. Soaking it in. Amy's drinking it, she says. And I hope you guys have time to wash those suits before next weekend. We are at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, just a couple hours north. Come on up. You're all invited. Tickets are on sale. Chris Dyson, you got to stay up here. Where is Larry Bishop? Oh, come on. He says he's not here. He left me hanging just last time at Road Atlanta, but Larry Bishop is here to present our MCO Gears Top Gear Award. And we all know WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is tough on the gearboxes. So, Chris Dyson, get up there. Get up there, Larry.
That's the number right there, right?
Oh, yeah. He takes away the decimal. Yeah, there we go. Larry, get up here with him. Hold that thing up. Yeah, Larry did stop smiling at that one. He didn't. Yeah, see, we got some Larry Bishop fans. There we go. Let's hear it. Chris Dyson, MCO Gears Top Gear Award. And then I just want you guys to notice something. These crazy GT cars, you guys are excused. Yeah. Larry, thanks for showing up, buddy. Yeah. Oh, Larry's going to throw out a hat, an MCO hat. Nobody gets an MCO hat with racing stripes. Oh. Nice, Larry. You got an arm on you. I want you to notice something. These TA cars are a little bit banged up. They're really tough to drive around. Other than some little rubber marks, Eric Joyner's car looks great, winning the chill out move moment of the race for staying cool under pressure with these crazy TA cars. Let's hear it. Eric Joyner getting to stay cool up here. He made me cool with a little champagne shower earlier. Come on up there, Eric. Hold that Happy Gilmore check up. loud and proud. So, Eric, I got to talk to you because it takes quite a skill. The braking zones of a Porsche and one of these TA cars quite different. How did you come out unscathed once again?
I think I was extremely lucky sometimes, but other times I was driving around really good drivers. I was around Amy quite a bit. She's top-notch driver, past champion, excellent. Hamid. I mean, all these guys are great, great drivers, so they're so well aware. But there's a huge difference in where we make speed here. So I can brake a lot deeper, but all of a sudden their horsepower finally hooks up around here, and they're gone. Yeah. So it's an interesting race for sure.
Definitely, definitely. Hold on, you're tangled. Eric Joyner, hold that up, Eric Joyner. It's a crazy race because where Eric Joyner's good, the TA cars are not, and where the TA cars are good, Eric Joyner isn't. So that was unbelievable. Chill out. Systems move. Eric Joyner, congratulations. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the TA XGT SGT race here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. But tomorrow, we have, 42 TA2 cars taking the field. It is going to be crazy. Come to the fan walk tomorrow at noon and watch a great race. Thank you guys so much for coming out. We love coming to Laguna Seca. And we will be back here next year, but we're racing again tomorrow with TA2. Thanks again.
So that ends our podium here at Laguna Seca. What a great celebration and what a great race from our group TA, SGT, XGT, GT Racing. Fantastic stuff. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with SVRA and the one and only Scott Conway after this.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, Three-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-Dimensional Services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at Menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit Menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Ah, 5 minutes. Okay. Right, I'll go the loop. Quick. But yes, I think that's so it's like if you can use
just a light.
It's like a light touch with
right, I
two
got you.
fingers. If you do one or you tap it, it'll go back at it.
Okay. I don't want to do that.
Try to use your two middle ones. That's it.
Right here?
Yep. Oh no, that's hit something. No, if you can use either those two or those two. But hang on. That's it. That's it. You got it.
All right.
It's a deft touch.
It is.
Right, I'll be back.
All right, I'll be here. Whoa. Not unless you're going to run out from the restroom. Okay. Y'all better.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca as we look down. Wind slightly breezy here at the Monterey circuit, and we are live from the WeatherTech Raceway. I'm Jonathan Green, alongside me, Scott Conway, and we're getting back into our SVRA mode. And this is beautiful because we have some fantastic cars out here, including this number 55 of Bob Briggs' Chevrolet Camaro. We're looking at a cross-section, Scott, of what, back to the early 80s?
Yeah, early 80s.
Go ahead.
Early 80s, I'd say yes, yeah.
But these are so well prepared, and they're still very big monsters. But some of them more modern, like this one of Scott Borchetta. Spike Vodka. The man from Nashville, Tennessee, in his Chevrolet Camaro. That from 2020, so that's a pretty darn modern car. And they're all heading out. What lights your fancy here? I like that Ford Thunderbird from 1995. Steve Beck at the wheel of that. We'll look out for that one.
I guess I would be partial in this particular group to the Oldsmobile Cutlass. I always liked the Oldsmobiles, and Oldsmobile Cutlass had a good reputation in GT1, which is one of the classes out here in this Group 10 for national championships with Irv Hare. He always ran an Oldsmobile Cutlass, and always liked the way that car looked. Gordon Johnson is in that Oldsmobile Cutlass, and I believe it's 1991 in that particular car. Two Camaros that you mentioned are Bob Briggs and Walter Brown, and they have had a good qualifying battle for their individual class honors, both of them in Chevrolet Camaros. Walter Brown with a little bit more experience in the Camaro than Briggs, but Briggs has been able to get the best of him up to qualifying, and we'll see if that holds true in the race, John.
Yep. Got the odd Porsche out there, the GT3R of Bob Mueller, who's just been in action, so that'll be interesting to see how well he goes, because he's just been on the podium, of course, in TA. He came here to do SVRA. I wonder if he actually gets out there. He would be exhausted, I would have thought.
Well, you know, Scott Borchetta and Travis Engen are two of the busiest drivers on an SVRA week, and they sometimes race 3 or 4 different SVRA classes as well as Trans Am, but don't know if Mueller out there again, as you said, it's a little bit much to ask of him if he was only maybe planning on a 20-minute race and had a 75-minute race just finished.
Yeah. I tell you what, as I watch Scott Borchetta just going through there in the all yellow, it does amaze me the stamina he puts. I mean, he's got 3 cars he's running, and he's also running in the TA2 class, so he'll be qualifying later today. And Scott Borchetta, and you might know that name from the music world if you're tuning in for the first time, but now the race world absolutely knows who he is, because he is part of every weekend that we have in SVRA and in Trans Am, I may add, and he's making a name for himself in Trans Am. He's a big sponsor, Big Machine Vodka, of both NASCAR, IndyCar. He's got his own NASCAR Xfinity team. He sponsors races at IndyCar and Nashville. He puts on the race, the IndyCar race at Nashville, as well as Trans Am. And so he doesn't only walk the walk, he talks the talk and puts his wallet down. And I'm really impressed with just the stamina he shows about the amount of time he races each weekend. But he's getting the laps in.
Yes, he is. And speaking of laps, we're about to go on our first racing lap as they're coming down the corkscrew, that 10-story drop from turn 8A all the way down into turn 11. Yeah, Jade Buford started out co-driving with Borchetta and Enduros, and he's now in his Xfinity car.
Yeah, it's pretty
Jonathan,
cool, isn't it?
Looks like the green flag, ready to wave.
Here we go then. So we've got a good full group of Group 10, and they need to tighten up a little bit as we come down towards turn 11. Borchetta in the yellow on the left-hand side. And Briggs alongside him. No Bob Mueller. And it is the 55 of Briggs who immediately vaunts into the lead ahead of Borchetta. Borchetta will try to come back at him as they head through the kink at 1 and down to the Optima Batteries turn 2 Andretti curve.
Yeah, you saw the experience of Scott Borchetta. Borchetta, who came onto the scene, kind of burst onto the scene in SVRA a couple of years ago, has really improved by miles and miles as a driver. You saw him very tactically. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get on the outside of Briggs. Just tucked in behind him, says, I'll get to the straightaway and may be able to out horsepower him. But already we have 2 Chevrolet Camaros, first and second. I believe that's Walter Brown that is slotted into third in his Chevrolet Camaro.
Yep, good clean start as they head towards turn 5. And it is the 55 of Bob Briggs in that beautiful white and red Chevrolet Camaro, leading them up the hill towards our man Marley, blowing in the wind. Nice shot. Nice to see the odd Viper out there as well.
Yeah, that's a new ride for Ed Hugo. He showed up in that Viper at Road Atlanta. Hugo usually is in the yellow Chevrolet Corvette, the older style Chevrolet Corvette in Group 4, I believe it is. But he has had his Dodge Viper. We just saw the 2 Dodge Vipers in the Trans Am series just a few minutes ago. That was the 2017 version. I believe, if I remember correctly, this is a 2008 version.
Yeah, and I'm also just going to see, because it's a similar story to Bob Mueller as there is for Dirk Leuenberger, who was also in that last Trans Am race. He's down to race in this one. He qualified top 10, but I've got a feeling he'll be doing the same, which is probably resting.
I know I certainly would be.
I know I would.
That was an intense race we just had in Trans Am. Great round 4 will be at Sonoma International Raceway for the Speedtour and Trans Am next weekend. We're here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca right now. And it's Briggs, who has been the fastest man in the qualifying, Mueller, and Briggs showing that in that red and white Chevrolet Camaro that was introduced, I believe, in 1966 for the 67 model year. It was the same year that the Pontiac Firebird was introduced. A lot of major components were switched out between those two, and of course those 2 cars lineage to Trans Am, as they were both very effective and very influential in Trans Am racing in the early days.
We just saw Steve Beck there in the number 6 going very wide, and I think what he got caught out by was, we're under caution obviously, but I think he got caught out by the fact that they came over the crest of the hill and the caution came out, and yeah, a couple of cars hit the gravel because they weren't braking as quickly as they wanted to and had to take avoiding action, including Richard Goldsmith.
Yeah, we got
Decon Monza.
Yeah, Richard Goldsmith in that Decon Monza, he was the fastest GT1 car. We also have the iconic number 3, that is a Goodwrench Chevrolet, made famous by the great Dale Earnhardt, and unfortunately it looks like he's in the gravel trap as well. should be two Monzas out there. I believe Artie Ogi is also in a Chevy Monza that has a either 4.6 or 5.7 liter engine in it, and that was a car that was recognized by Al Holbert in IMSA, and he said that looks like a very good car. I haven't
heard for a while.
Very good car. Al Holbert, number 14, winning 2 Camel GT championships in that car. That was ordered from Lee Dykstra and Horst Queck. They were Dykstra Engineering at the time, and he ordered it from him, and of course the rest is history. Those were the last 2 championships.
Of Monterey, down on the house of Wayne Rainey. It's down there somewhere, and of course they named a curve after him. Here it is. And I heard Wayne Rainey is actually going to Goodwood and going to race his old championship 92 winning bike at Goodwood. What a wonderful moment that will be.
Yeah, that's a name I haven't heard for a while. Wayne Rainey, I used to watch him back in the day in motorcycle racing, and I still don't understand how they can lean that far over and not crash.
Well, we're under caution here in our Group 10. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from Laguna Seca in a moment.
The Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour returns to Sonoma Raceway April 29th through May 1st, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Historic Trans Am, the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour April 29th through May 1st. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. We're under caution here at the moment, and we didn't really get very far. Bob Briggs given the advantage. In fact, now we've got Scott Borchetta at the front of this group, so leading the way. Bob Mueller, who was expected to run in this one, and in fact qualified pole position with a 129.9 in that Porsche GT3R. But as you can see, we've got a few waif and strays. A couple of NASCARs going off. One of them, the number 3. And that's Richard Goldsmith, and also Steve Beck, in that Ford Thunderbird, the 95 red, white, and blue went also off. And so we are under caution while we take the main culprit, as it were, that number 3 just at the exit of turn 3.
Now, Jonathan, how ironic is this? Back in the day in NASCAR, that number 3 was driven by Dale Earnhardt. Back in the day in NASCAR, that number 6 was driven by Mark Martin. Now, how many times do you think they have tangled each other? And now they are sitting side by side in the SVRA WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca sand trap. 2
of the most grisly fellows who, I'm glad they're not side by side.
Me too.
See, even the cars will probably have a memory of those 2. Two of the most grisly guys in NASCAR. Mark Martin, who of course recently retired after an amazing career. And sadly, of course, we lost Dale Earnhardt a few years ago, but 2 of the greats, as you quite rightly point out, and not 2 men to mince their words.
No, I think in the day, those cars may be in the same position, but I don't think the drivers would be.
Nah.
Martin, that was a 1991 season where that number 6 red, white, and blue Ford Thunderbird, Martin won 4 times, won once at Talladega, which, as you know, is a very difficult stock car race to win. Also won at Martin.
If not the hardest.
Also won, ironically, won at Martinsville, and also won at North Wilkesboro that year. Finished, I believe, 7th in the standings to Dale Earnhardt.
Yep. Well, we'll keep an eye on the pace car, see if he comes in this time, and if he does, we'll be going racing. He does not, so we will do another lap under caution. This might be helping Scott Borchetta, who's got the busiest schedule, I think, this weekend.
I think Travis Engen might rival him for that.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's pretty close. I think maybe the Trans Am 2, Scott Borchetta outweighs the Travis Engen 3 or 4 groups.
And Scott is a little sprightlier than Travis, to be fair, but I don't know how Travis Engen does it.
Yeah, but I tell you, that Audi and composed out there, that is a handful to drive. It's all the electronic devices and all the downforce and what have you. Scott Borchetta does a great job in these Chevrolet Camaros. These are muscle cars of the past. Even though this is a 2020 Camaro, it is still a muscle car, and Borchetta does an excellent job of wheeling that around. We'll see Scott Borchetta a little bit later on. He will be going for his 26th straight win in Group 6 a little bit later on today.
That's pretty amazing. And we'll also see him, of course, qualifying in TA2. So he's certainly getting the track time, and we're also getting what he can do, and he's closest to the conditions, I suppose.
Yep. and kind of a reconnaissance type race for him, see what the conditions are. Borchetta hoping to improve upon his best finish in his short Trans Am 2 career, which was a 4th at Road America, and at the time he and Ed Savagian were teammates, and Borchetta was just thrilled that he out-qualified and then out-finished his teammate. But yeah, the Nashville Grand Prix, one of the iconic events that we had the first year last year. I think that's just going to be getting bigger and bigger as we head towards Nashville in August.
Yeah, I got a feeling that it'll get up there with Belle Isle in terms of a popular race because it has all the explosiveness of that Belle Isle race in Detroit. You know, the heavy walls, no room for error. But with that long bridge that's so iconic and very fast, I really do think it's got a huge future.
Yeah, I think it's going to be right up there with the Long Beach Grand Prix and, as you say, Belle Isle. And again, Borchetta doing an absolute great job. You don't know the work that goes into a street race. You have to, obviously it's through the street, so you have to come up to some negotiations with the businesses that obviously aren't going to be able to have their business there on the streets. But turned out great weather, and it couldn't have been a better event put on by Borchetta and his crew.
Yeah, and they did some clever things as well. They used the Panther Stadium as the safety car does come off. They used the Panther Stadium for hospitality so people could look out of the stadium at the racetrack rather than into the stadium, which was empty.
Now, John, you're going to have a tough time because Panthers is Carolina, Titans is Tennessee.
I'm never going back again. That's it. Here we go. Let's forget that last comment. Sorry, Titans. Love you. Into turn 1 they go. Over the kink and down towards the Optima Batteries turn 2. Good clean start as the field already spreading out now. And it's Scott Borchetta in the all-yellow. Number 48 leading the way in that number 20, the most modern car out there. And he should, if he gets this lead, pull away from the older cars.
Now, interestingly, in qualifying, it was Brown who out-qualified Borchetta, but Borchetta then out-qualified Brown this morning. That's why he was on the front row and not Brown. But Brown still has a shot at him, but he's watching Borchetta pull off in the distance. Can't let him get much farther ahead.
No, and that's the key at Laguna. You do not want to give too much of an advantage to anybody. There's that beautiful number 42 of Ranson Webster and the 355 K3 from 1976.
And it's a shame that Richard Goldsmith went out because that was what we were kind of alluding to yesterday as an IMSA battle of the past, because the Decon Monza was, again, the car to have before the Porsche 935 came about, and there is one, the 935 Creamer 3 entry of Ranson Webster. Great Goldsmith going off.
So just 5 minutes to go. That's the other thing that always shocks me a little bit in terms of time, is that just when you're getting yourself bedded in, you're coming to the business end, you're coming to the sharp end. So if it's close, you got to get the hurry up going, haven't you?
Oh, most definitely so. And this is a very difficult track to learn. Very difficult if you're visiting here for the first time. It's very low grip, it's very technical, and it's a lot faster than it looks like. You look at the track map and they say all these tight turns, but they really, if you string them together and put them together, as a race car driver usually does during the course of a weekend, it's really a very fast track.
And there's the number 10 going through shot there. Maxwell House. I had a close look at that car. That's a beautiful repaired car. As through goes the 13.
Now, it used to be in NASCAR that there were two things that you never did on a car. One was not have a green car, and the second car was not to have number 13. Harry Gant usually pretty much took care of the first one because Gant started winning in the Skull Bandit years ago, but the number 13 was not looked on favorably in NASCAR.
Yeah, I don't think anybody likes the number 13. And in China, it's the number 4, incidentally. How about that for a bit of trivia?
How about, yeah.
There is no 4th floor in a hotel in China.
Wow.
It's it's the same as the 13 to the west.
Oh, only here, folks, could you learn.
Exactly. Stay tuned. Me and Scott have got you covered. The only problem is, Scott, I'm glad they don't use my middle name because it's Scott.
Oh, no. I'm confused enough.
Yeah. Here we go. Back to the number 11. That's Steve Thomas in the Thunderbird. The all-red Budweiser Thunderbird. Didn't get the qualifying he wanted in that 94 Thunderbird, but still pedaling nicely.
One of the drivers that I don't think we've seen yet is the 22. That's Ross Merrill, Thomas Merrill's father. Again, we're talking about the TA2. Ross Merrill in that 91 Thunderbird. That is a long-time Ford Thunderbird that has been in NASCAR Winston Cup as well. I believe that's the one that Derek Cope drove But either way, Ross Merrill, the father, is going to be watching his son qualify here later on this afternoon in the Trans Am 2.
So here's a story for you. Thomas Merrill, as you know, from Salinas, just down the road. You just mentioned his father. His mother used to race for the Porsche Club here locally, and it was first Thomas Merrill's experience around Laguna. It was at lunchtime in the break. She would take her 2 boys in the back, no seats, in her Porsche around Laguna Seca, and that was what started the Thrillsville for Mr. Thomas Merrill.
How great is that to have a parent that would take you in their Porsche?
Well, your mom especially.
Your mom especially, definitely. You would expect that from your dad, but not mom.
No.
That's great.
I love that. It's a good story.
And then Thomas Merrill becomes the driving instructor for Skip Barber here. What a lineage there.
Yeah, and I expected good things from him. Like you say, the whole family are here this weekend. He knows the track like the back of his hand. And there's no question, if you really pin him down, he'll tell you some secrets that he doesn't want the other drivers to know. But once you really get up close to some of these corners, you realize the camber's not where you expect it to be. There's some corners more cambered than others. There's camber drop off the other side after the camber's there. So there's so many things you can learn about Laguna's nuances. And Scott Borchetta certainly knows them. Here comes Scott Borchetta. He's built up a good lead, and this could be the final lap. He's just got 1 minute and 46 to go, but Borchetta building up that lead, and he's got several seconds, 7 laps in.
Terry Irwood, who just recently retired from the Trans Am, he was telling me about the track. He says there's really two places to pass. However, if you watch Thomas Merrill from his last to first, there's a lot more places than that. Merrill, I think, knows them all. If you watch that video, you can learn a lot.
Well, we saw an overtake into turn 6 by, who was it, Masood, I think it was?
Yes.
Yeah, in the previous race, and that is very unusual. Even Andretti was like, whoa, you don't often see that.
Scott Borchetta looking like he has things firmly in hand.
A of Gordon Johnson.
That's my Oldsmobile Cutlass there.
There you go.
That's why I was looking at it. So I think that had direct connection on the back of it, which was a Buick sponsor. But Buick and Oldsmobile collaborated on a lot of the Trans Am and NASCAR entries at the time.
Was there a dominant mark at that point?
I would say it was probably the Buick back then.
Yeah.
Buick and Trans Am, actually Buick and Trans Am and NASCAR with the Somerset, and then with the Oldsmobile Cutlass came out, I think it started dominating again, as we said, in the GT1 and the SCCA Club Racing Wars.
So here comes Scott Borchetta. Will this be the last lap, or will this be the checkered flag? I think it's going to be the last lap. Oh, no, it's the checkered flag. Yeah, I had to guess one, and I got it completely wrong. Of course.
Yeah, 50-50 choice.
Commentator's blight. But I can tell you one thing for sure. Scott Borchetta wins here in Group 10, and he's not done by any means yet. He's got Group 6 to go, of which he's a multiple champion. And, of course, he will be in TA2's qualifying later in the day. And we'll be watching the TA2 race. You want to stay tuned for that. A massive 47 entries tomorrow afternoon for our big race. So, by my guesstimates, that's Scott Borchetta. Walter Brown, would you say second, or was it Bob Briggs?
I would say it's probably Briggs.
Yeah. I think our timing monitor's showing us slightly different, but yeah, by my estimate, Scott Borchetta, Bob Briggs, Walter Brown, Gordon Johnson, and Ransom Webster. But a great performance by the 48.
And that's exactly where he expects to finish in the Trans Am 2. He'll be the first one to tell you that, John.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I asked him once, I said, so you're in the music business. You go to all these music awards. And I said, and I'll bet what you're really thinking about is racing. I said, is there anybody in the music business that wants just to talk cars with you? He goes, yeah, Keith Urban. He goes, he's my neighbor.
Surprising.
Yeah. He said he loves cars. He buys new cars and he wants to show me them. And when we get in a corner at a music awards, that's all he wants to talk about. I said, he doesn't want to talk about his wife? No. All right, on that note, we'll take a short break here from Laguna Seca. Well done to Scott Borchetta. Another win under his belt in Group 10. Join us in a moment.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and as you can see, slightly breezy of our Mission Foods banners, beautifully put up by my one and only Ben Sissel, doing a hell of a job as always, and he's joined us, thankfully. Mr. Sissel, welcome aboard. How are you? So Scott, Conway, Ben Sissel, Johnny Green, we're all here. How are you down there?
I am super excited.
Have you had time for an ice cream yet?
Yeah, I've got ice cream right now. What could be better? We're at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, looking in at Steve Link's beautiful B Sedan. That's one of my favorites there, the Datsun 510 with the Asian-inspired number fonts. That's the number 16 of Daniel Caggiano. We saw the guy starting first, number 49, because my friend Troy Ermish, I just said, hey, Troy, how about we make a show of this and start from the back? And he's like, yeah, I'm up for it. So Troy Ermish, who I expect to win this race, is starting from the back. Got pole, but is starting from the back. So thank you, Troy. That should be a good show there. Look at that. There's that 48 Rick Sheldon. And then Ryle Barnett here in that number 34. Beautiful car. The Hyde Park BMW from Steve Walker. just purchased that car, I believe, and then he's got a beautiful car that he raced here last year on Bring a Trailer right now. Really well prepared car. If you want to go BMW 2002 B Sedan Racing, and check that out. The number 92B of Greg Hoff. We're missing Dave Stone right now. And then this is Ed Matsuishi. I'm sorry, I'm going to get your name wrong. That's a 65 Porsche 911. Now this race, this B Sedan feature, these cars had to have raced in period as they are. It's a lot like historic Trans Am. They are out here to put on a show, and Ed's BMW raced in the Trans Am series here at Laguna Seca in 1969. In fact, there's a really famous photo of him coming down the corkscrew behind Mark Donahue's Sunoco Camaro. But Scott, this is quite a sight to see, some beautiful B Sedan racing. You being from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, I'm sure you saw some great B Sedan racing in the day.
Oh yeah, I was talking with Jonathan Green when we were doing the Group 8, which had most of these B Sedan cars in it. Jim Fitzgerald, Bob Sharp, Bruce Felsen, Dave Felsen rather, Bruce McInnes. They were all in the Datsun Bob Sharp camp as well as his son. And B Sedan was one of their favorite homegrown championship races. As Bob Sharp, I think he won 4 of them. And Dave Frelson won 2, but they were always a force to be reckoned with when they showed up at Road Atlanta. This obviously B Sedan, but it was a under 2 liter for the first couple of years from 1966 through 69, and then 70 and 71 was the under 2.5 liter. And a lot of people forget that Porsche actually was in that under 2.5 liter and actually won one of those championships. And I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, what is a Porsche doing with the BMWs and Datsuns? But they were a part of that under 2 liter and under 2.5 liter challenge.
Even though they're not quite what you'd call...
Not quite.
Yeah, the Porsche 911. But then we've also got some Mini Coopers, my absolute favorite out there. So let's go through here. In the 961 is Ed Matsuishi, we talked about. In that beautiful yellow 61 Donald Racine 1961 Austin Mini Cooper S. Kenny Say in the 1971 Datsun 510, starting 10. Kerry Eisenlohr, 1970 Datsun HL 510. Patrick Imke, Datsun 510. Bob Rutledge in 13th, 1969 Datsun 510. Bob Klukas, 1970 Datsun 510. Dennis Racing, Don's son, 1966 Morris Mini Cooper S. Richard Stewart Milne, 1968 Alfa Romeo GTA, but I believe unfortunately that car is out with a mechanical, beautiful car. Jonathan Ornstein and a Toyota Corolla, 1972, the only Toyota in the group. And sad to say, in the B Sedan Challenge, we don't have any Alphas and no Lotus Cortinas. We have a Lotus Cortina here, driving in Group 8, driven by Debbie Briscoe. And then we've got Andrew Fox in a 1966 Austin Cooper S. 18 cars out there. There's Andrew Fox in that red car. Troy Ermish right there in that number 9. I'm trying to get the number for the yellow car behind him. But if you know anything about B Sedan racing, Troy Ermish is 510 Outlets, partsoutlets.com, I believe, out of California. And he's kind of taken over. I think he's good friends with Peter Brock, John Morton, and I think they've kind of passed the torch on to him. But he builds and races the best 510s in the country. We've got a big competitive group of B Sedan out here in the 2.5 Challenge. It's going to be quite a race as they come down. Big machine vodka, spike coolers, Honda Civic. I guess that would be kind of a modern day B Sedan maybe.
Yeah, Troy Ermish knows this track in Sonoma very well. He's won 2 national championships in SCCA and won one of the most highest prized driver awards in SCCA, the President's Cups last year in Indianapolis, Indiana, and yeah, he is very, very talented and should be the driver to beat here in this B Sedan race.
Just for sport and the spirit of vintage racing, I said last night, hey Troy, how about I put some cameras in your car and you start from the back of the grid? And he's like, I'm game. So we might see quite a show there with the second to last car, the number 9. And you got to see this car up front. It looks like a Concours winning show car. But now Troy's out there racing it. As they come around the last turn into the green flag, we ask them to bunch up. Let's see what Steve Link does here. Steve Link is on the right side of the screen. A Beautiful 510. Daniel Caggiano on his right, on our left. They take the green. Look at that, a late green flag. Steve Link jumps out in that 68 Datsun.
And here comes the other one. Look at that yellow car, looking to the outside. 3 wide going in. That's not going to work, Ben.
That is not going to work. It is onto the brakes, and
that looked like a disaster, but everybody pulled it off. That did not look good going into that turn.
No, I think we can thank Rick Sheldon for not collecting everybody there. Rick Sheldon in his mirrors, seeing what was going on in that number 48, keeping this race going.
Now about mid-pack or towards the end is those 3 Mini Cooper S's. And he swept the 2 races last year over his son Dennis. Dennis said he wanted to repay the favor this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're father-son, but very, very competitive with each other. Very equally yoked cars and drivers.
That's a more powerful version of the regular Mini Cooper. I believe it's an 1150cc engine, but they were very potent back in C Sedan. They had a lot of national championships, and now into B Sedan is the Mini Cooper. Looking to see how Troy Ermish is doing there as he's moved up from the back of the pack. Again, Ermish is a so talented driver. This, I don't think, is going to take as long as maybe people think.
No, it's great. There's Steve Link, Caggiano. That's the number 92 of Greg Hoff there, that he made that dive bomb brave move going through there. There goes Troy Ermish as they come down through the corkscrew. Steve Link, Caggiano, and Greg Hoff here. 3 cars right up front. Look at Hoff looking in, getting a little bit on there. But then Caggiano's out braking him there into turn 11.
So Datsun 510, which was basically the car to have in B Sedan after a while, and also the car to have in the under 2 liter before they unfortunately pulled out of the series. They are a lot more successful than the BMW 2002s, but this Datsun is actually uses a lot of the engineering that was from the BMW 1600, which was the predecessor to the 2002, and Datsun has really come a long ways with this 510. Still a good car to race.
Oh, I love it. I like all the cars in the B Sedan. The roundies there of the number 34 of Ryle Barnett. The roundy taillights, the BMW 2002. I love that body style. The big bubble top looks like the Jetsons car. And there's Troy Ermish coming up behind him. Troy Ermish, Ryle Barnett, really good friends. Ryle knows who's in his mirrors. Let's see what happens here at the Trans Am SpeedFest.
Again, Ermish, we were talking earlier in the Group 8, Ermish has a big advantage here as he races up and down the West Coast very regularly in SCCA racing. In fact, he won one of his national championships at where we'll go next, Sonoma. So it's advantage Ermish. But again, it's very exciting to be at the back of the pack and come up through the field. I know Jacek Muka sometimes does that in some of the races.
We were looking at that Porsche 911 there, 961 of Ed. Ed was telling me at the group that was the car that raced here in Trans Am in 1969, but then he bought the car, made it a street car, put over 200,000 miles on the engine, and then thought, you know what, I'm going to make this a race car again. So now he's out here racing it in a high mileage Porsche. So good for you, Ed. Look at these drone shots high above, and Troy Ermish is closing in. And Troy Ermish and Steve Link, they're all really good friends in this group. It's just a lot of fun, vintage racing, and they're all looking in their mirrors wondering when that 9's going to come pouncing.
This is a great collection of cars put together by David Stone. He was kind of instrumental in getting these cars and drivers out here, getting them interested in this event, and then actually getting them here and participating in it. And look at this, nose-to-tail racing in the first 3 with, Ermish is coming up. He's going to be in that pack very soon.
Yeah, there he is. There was on the right side there, there's looks like a 48, but it was a 46 of Rick Sheldon. And Troy Ermish has just gotten around Daniel Caggiano. It's great. But look at that BRE Datsun Simonized. That's when I think of like John Morton here at Laguna Seca. That is the livery that I think of. But also, don't discount those Hyde Park motors. I'm talking to Ryle. He's going to put that car back to the livery that it raced here back in the day. So I love seeing the commitment that these drivers put into the restoration and the love and heritage. They all feel like they're custodians of these cars, and they want to pass them down just as they were. There's that number 92, Mr. Dive Bomb, Greg Hoff, and it seems to work. Let's see what he does to Steve Link. And Troy Ermish now in 3rd place. This is turning out to be quite a race. Now, if you're just tuning in, that is my camera there on the rear, adding a little bit of downforce to Troy's car. But these are B sedans prepared as they were. These cars have to have provenance and heritage. These were race cars from back in the day, racing just as they were. Not great brakes, not great tires, DOT tires. Look at them just rolling through there. Man, that Mini Cooper of Don Racine can really take the corkscrew like it's a ballet.
Yeah, these cars are beautiful to watch. The number 46, that was the race-winning car in the Trans Am under 2.5 liter championship, prepared by Brock Racing Enterprises and raced by John Morton. And that was a very dominant car in 71 and 72. 71 was not as dominant as they battled tooth and nail with Alfa Romeo, but in 72, very dominant in the Trans Am Championship.
So what do you guys think out there? Do you think Horst Queck had too big of a gas tank in those races? Let's start a fight here online. Leave some comments. The John Morton, Horst Queck, all the great rivalry there of racing here at Laguna Seca, neck and neck. But look at this. Look at the numbers on that number 16. I love that. I told him yesterday, Daniel Caggiano there in that 16, the Datsun 510. And there is, that's the Peter Brock car. I just think of John Morton when you see that, don't you?
Oh, yeah, you definitely do. And you think about the heyday of the Trans Am. The Trans Am always had big bore cars in it, but they had a lot of interest from the under 2.5 liters from the manufacturers. And in the day, it was Alfa Romeo against Datsun, against Porsche, and it was against BMW. It was a great series. And then, unfortunately, one of the manufacturers kind of became dominant, and it kind of fell apart there. But in its heyday, you know, the very first Trans Am race was won by an under 2.5 liter car, Jochen Rindt. In 1966, Bob Tullius finished second, was the first over 2 liter race winner at Sebring in 1966, and it just kind of expanded from there.
Lyle Barnett coming around Franklin Road Apparel, turn 6. There's Mission Foods, turn 5. I love that Toyota Corolla there that just came through there. How cool is that?
Yeah, there was one Toyota Corolla, and I think there was a Ford Cortina entered. I'm not sure if it's out there, and also a Volvo that was entered in the B Sedan Challenge. Volvo had a good history in SCCA Club Racing B Sedan, not very successful in Trans Am. So Troy Ermich looks like he's going to complete that last to first march there, Ben.
Yeah, Troy Ermich. Oh, look at that. Hanging it out there, that Datsun 510. Troy Ermich always puts on a great show. I love the look of that Porsche, that 9620. Don Racine looking inside, trying to intimidate Ed.
Now Racine should have, even though Porsche has legendary brakes, Racine has the handling part there in these very tight parts of the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as again Racine trying to go for his third win here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, trying to get by his son Dennis.
But look at how cool that is. So you've got a rear air-cooled rear-wheel drive, rear engine, rear-wheel drive, air-cooled engine. Then you've got front engine, front-wheel drive with that Mini Cooper. Then you've got a front engine, rear-wheel drive in the 510.
And the Mini Cooper was always a fan favorite because of the weight transfer. It didn't have that big dimensions on it width-wise. It would always pick up its inside rear wheel, and you thought, oh, that's going to go over. No, that's how you drove it. And one of my great friends that unfortunately has passed away that was at Road Atlanta, John Burns, had one of the fastest Mini Coopers in the Southeast. But you picked up that inside rear wheel. You actually knew that was going to be doing that, and it actually helped kind of counterbalance the weight as you went through the turns.
Yeah, look at the cars just roll through there. Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, Corkscrew here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Some great shots here at the drone. So they come around Rainy Curve through 9 and 10. Look at that. Oh, side by side, Don Racine, Ed. Going through turn 10 as they come in through 11.
Get him.
It looks like he's...
See that handling there, that Mini Cooper coming into play there.
And that's Bob Rutledge, the number 23 on Patrick Emge. And Don Racine, man, get in that draft, Don. And you know that Don's smile right now in that car is so loud and proud. And there's that number 41, the Rebello engines. Those are the engines that I think Troy Ermich mostly puts in his cars. They make some great Datsun 510 engines. But look at these great B Sedan battles.
Oh, almost did that over-under move. He tried very hard to get inside, but he couldn't quite get there. Yeah, Ermich just has so much experience at these tracks on the West Coast and has been doing this for such a long time. you just have to give kind of an advantage to Ermish on any West Coast track that you see, especially these two.
We had a pass. Don Racine over Ed. Look at that. The Mini Cooper has taken the Porsche. And the Datsun's right behind there. That number 23, Bob Rutledge. There's the 41 of Patrick. Look at that. They have the California blue plates on them, saying 1970.
Look at this, great close racing. I mean, these are irreplaceable original cars from 1966 through 72, but they are out there racing hard, racing clean, nose to tail and side by side, respecting each other's cars, respecting each other's driving ability. It's great racing to see here on a beautiful day in Monterey.
It is. I love seeing it. It looks like we're watching a time machine right now. I love seeing this, and the cars rolling through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Corkscrew as they come through turn 10. Turn 11, but I think Troy Ermish has taken the lead.
Yes, he has.
In this race. So that is just crazy. No, Troy Ermish back second. There we go, Steve Link. Our timing and scoring on the screen is right. Our app was wrong. Troy Ermish right behind Steve Link, and look at this, another car coming into the fray here. It's 8A, Kerry Eisenlohr. Look at the colors. Those are some power 70s colors there.
That turn very difficult they're going into. That turn 2 very tight, the Andretti hairpin, and then it tightens up even further as you go through turn 3, and you have to wait before you can finally get the power on that short squared into turn 4. Ermish, I think, is just stalking Steve Link. I think he's going to be able to get by him. But Steve Link doing a good job holding him off so far.
Yeah, Steve Link's a really good driver. Drives with us in a bunch of different cars. Historic Trans Am and this B Sedan. So, and Troy and Steve have a lot of laps racing against each other in the B Sedan series. There's that classic Datsun Racing 8A Eisenlohr. That's a Datsun HL 510. What's the HL mean?
Not familiar. I tried to research it, but I couldn't find anything on it. They had the PL 510, of course, but not the HL.
Well, we'll call it the Hang Loose 510.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Great place for hanging loose
right
in California.
Now, yeah. Yep. Oh, look at that. That just glided over. You can see that the cars get super light over the crest of the corkscrew there.
And you think it's a lot of elevation change to look at it. I was privileged enough to get to be driven down that corkscrew, and it's like a Disney ride. I mean, it is a 10-story drop, literally, like a couple of stories in that first part from 8A down to about 9, and then a couple more stories from 9 down in. The pictures don't do it justice. It is a monster going down elevation change.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
And you're turning and braking and trying to accelerate, plus you're trying to pass or prevent being passed all at the same time. A lot going on there.
Yeah, there is. That's Dave Stone, the yellow Datsun 510. The 93. Where's all my BMW and Alpha drivers? We need to mix this group up next year, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I was sad to see there weren't any Alphas or more Alphas entered than there were, because, again, that was a great Alfa Romeo, the Harry Theodorakopoulos, and you had obviously Jochen Rindt, and you had Horst Queck, all of those drivers in Alphas back in the days in the B Sedan Challenge. Link's
Turn 5.
Looks like Link's still holding on.
Next weekend, we're at the Mission Foods Sonoma SpeedTour, so if you're in the Bay Area, make sure you come out. You can go to speedtour.net to buy your tickets as they come up there into the Franklin Road Apparel, turn 6. There's Dennis Racine, that Mini, and then 7-Eleven. There of Kenny Say, 1971, Datsun 510. Beautiful shots there, but now is saying that Troy Ermish has taken the lead over Steve Link. Let's see if Steve Link can come back. Had we gone to Vegas on this, Scott, we could have made a lot of money.
That's true. I would have.
Sure, starting from the back, his odds would have been against him.
Oh, no, I would have pushed all in on Troy Ermish. I know him way too well. I've seen him do this a lot of times. He and Peter Shadowin used to have great races together, and Troy Ermish was always a very, very big factor, very astute driver, very technical driver, but very quick always.
Look at that. If you would have told me a yellowish orange Mini with peach headlight covers and bumpers is what you were going to make, I would say you're crazy. But that is a really good-looking car there, Dennis Racine, at number 62.
Well, it certainly stands out, doesn't it? It's easy to see. Again, Dennis and Donald Racine and Andrew Fox, they were the three of the Mini Coopers entered, and Mini Cooper S's actually. And again, Dennis wanted to beat his father very badly because he thought that his father may have kind of taken a little bit of unfair advantage last year.
Turn 5. I did get to watch them last year at that Velocity race here, the Mustangs versus Minis. So proud of the Racines, being a Mini fan, holding back those Mustangs. That was a lot of fun to watch. I love races like that, where it's like just fun gimmick races. That's what vintage racing is all about. It's all about the fun.
Now, before GT Lights, there was a class called GT4 and GT5, and the Mini Cooper ruled over those classes with Joe Huffaker behind the wheel, and he has won multiple championships there. And then it went into GT Lights, and he continued that string until recently, and Peter Shadow and Troy Ermish and the Datsun have kind of switched back and forth between, depending on what track they're at for the runoffs for which year.
Well, I'm hoping that I see the finish sign. I'm hoping we can see the leaders. Get a shot of the leaders anywhere. Is it over? Is it checker flag already? We didn't get to see the battle for first. And it's showing Troy Ermish over Steve Link. Not sure by how much, but third place was half a second. So it must have been a great finish. 1, 2, 3.
So yeah, we could have made a lot of money betting on him in Vegas.
Well, congratulations. So it looks like we are Troy Ermish in first, Steve Link second, Greg Hoff in third, Don Racing fourth, Ryle Barnett in fifth, Rick Sheldon in sixth. Oh, there goes the tow truck. That's not a B Sedan car. There's our leader, Troy Ermish there, the number 9. 49 is Steve Link. That's Greg Hoff in the 92B. There's Don Racine, who finished fourth. That there is a fun race. B Sedan, Heritage class. Kind of modeled after the historic Trans Am class, and I am all about that. We're seeing some great shows there from Troy Ermish, Steve Link, Greg Hoff. I love this kind of racing. Troy Ermish, thanks for letting me put cameras in your car, adding the weights, adding the drag, but adding to the show of the Trans Am SpeedFest here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
I bet Ermish and Link will have some good bench racing there. Ermish coming from last to first and Link finishing second, trying to hold them off, but not quite.
And I hope you get to come to these races and see these cars up close, because they are beautiful up close. All right, so that's it for the B Sedan race Saturday here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We are going to take a break and come back for some great racing here up next. All right, we're going to a commercial break here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
I'm ready. I don't think my... All right, welcome back to the Trans Am SpeedFest at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I'm up here with Scott Conway. We're about to call the Group 2 race, but first, I've got to start with a little something. We've got a big Formula 4 Challenge contingency out here that is not being led by Kim Madrid, sadly. So Kim Madrid, we really miss you. I know Kim and Rudy are probably at home watching. Kim got sick, didn't get to come. It's the first time that I've been at a West Coast B Sedan race that she's not at. But the guys are holding it long and strong here, Kim. So rest assured, this is the Group 2 race. That was Travis Engen here. But then here's one of Kim's racers in the Formula 4 Challenge, Todd Gerstenberger there in that number 70 Titan MK6. Beautiful car. Todd had a great showing in the at the first race of the season at Auto Club Speedway. And a Formula Ford out there in front of a Formula B there. That's the B16B of David Smoker, Brabham BT35. It's pretty rare when you see an actual true vintage Titan Formula Ford in front of these Formula Bs. And look at this beautiful Grant Perryman, the number 24, gives us a wave, just like he should in that 1967 BT21. There is the inventor of the shake weight, Todd Strong. Mark Smith was just with us a couple weeks ago at Knoll in that 1989 Swift DB3. One of my favorite cars there, that Penske looking livery. And then here's the more modern Ford. So we had a lot of more vintage Fords out front with Todd Strong and Gerstenberger holding it through. There's one of my favorite liveries, Christoph Jensen in the 1979 Crossley. So here, we'll go through this because a lot of times you hear in modern racing all open wheel cars look the same, but not in vintage racing. So we've got Travis Engen starting in first in a 1970 Chevron E17B, Todd Gerstenberger second in a Formula Ford 1971 Titan MK6. David Smoker starts third in a 1971 Brabham BT35. Glenn Dulowski in a 1968 Chevron B10. I didn't see that car out there. I didn't see the second Chevron. Grant Perryman in 1967 Brabham BT21, the one that was waving so heavily at grid. Todd Strong, the inventor of the shake weight in the 1971 Titan MK6. Mark Smith, 1984 Swift DB1. Bob Hatley, 1989 Swift DB3. I've got a great story about Bob Hatley here in a little bit. Robert Hutchison, 2000 Van Diemen RF00. Dalmo de Vasconcelos. I should have asked Jens how to say that, but 2001 Van Diemen Formula Ford. Will Jackson in a 1972 Titan Mark VI. Will is starting 11th. Brett Gann in 1975 Lola T342. Timothy Herbst in that Van Diemen RF94. Jim Edmonds, 2001 Van Diemen FF Formula Ford. Robert Thole in a 1972 Titan MK6. Tom Linton in a 1969 Winkleman WDF1. Beautiful car. I was examining this the other day. Some crazy stripes on that car, and he puts a coating on it like a wrap to protect the paint, and just a really well-prepared, well-preserved car. In 17th is Dana Larson in the 76 Merlin Mark 29, and Christoph Jensen. Look at that car. The livery on that car is so cool, that 1963-79 Crossley 32. Some cool Formula Fords, Formula Bs. This is my favorite of our open wheel classes. No ground force, no ground effects. This is pure driver skill.
Yeah, the Formula Fords were always one of my favorites. They're great horsepower cars. You have a lot of driver input. They have skinny tires on them. And Ben, we're about ready for the green flag here as they come up towards the corkscrew in turn 11.
Great drone shots. Oh man, I don't know what to expect here. Travis Engen has the power, but Todd Gerstenberger has the will. Let's see what Todd Gerstenberger, if he has anything for these Formula Bs. He's the lone Formula Ford up there. There's two behind him, one to the left of him. Todd Gerstenberger to our left in the red skinny tire car. That's how you can tell the Formula Fords. And then he's surrounded. He's in a B sandwich. Green flag goes. That's Travis Engen there in that Chevron with the orange nose. Todd Duck. And then there goes the Brabham. Green Brabham around Todd. Coming around the Andretti hairpin, but Todd holds his position. Somehow doesn't have the tire patch of these Formula Bs.
Now, in qualifying, before a lot of the Formula Bs went out, it was Gerstenberger and Strong that were the two quickest cars out there. They split the wins in Formula Ford last year, and they are first and second in the sprint points for Formula Ford. So Todd Strong, his mission is going to be able to either get by the Formula Bs or hope that Gerstenberger gets back towards him, one of the two, so they can fight it out for Formula Ford.
Yeah.
Travis Engen, one of the 80 classes, I think, that he runs in all every
exactly.
week.
Oh, look at that. We've got it. Todd Strong made a pass there on Grant Perryman coming into Mission Foods. Turn 5. As they come up the hill there into the Franklin Road Apparel, turn 6. Now to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler Corkscrew coming up the hill.
Yeah, those two Formula Fords are both Titan Mark 6As, and they're a very formidable car back in the day, the early days of Formula Ford, before the Lolas and the Van Diemen's and what have you. But that was one of the cars to have, along with the T342.
It's Mark Smith there in that red 1984 Swift DB1.
That was one of the cars that R.K. Smith won the runoffs with in its debut. He actually designed that car for Swift cars.
Look at this, Todd Gerstenberger right behind Travis Engen. And knowing Travis Engen, he is loving it. Travis Engen loves the competition. Now Travis should be able to pull him here, but Gerstenberger could use his brakes and nimbleness to maybe catch up through the twisty bits of Laguna Seca.
And going back to the, as we were talking in the last feature race, it was not unusual to see a 50 or 60 car field of Formula Fords.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gerstenberger, he has been strong all week, and like I said, he was right up there in the qualifying, especially yesterday and this morning, qualifying with the Formula Bs. It was just Engen with his experience in that Chevron, very well sorted car that actually just was able to get the pole from Gerstenberger.
That probably would have been very hard to find a Formula One driver that didn't start in Formula V or Formula Ford.
Oh yeah, Ayrton Senna started his career over in Britain, winning the British Racing Drivers Club, and it was Emerson Fittipaldi. Fittipaldi was actually the first Formula Ford graduate to win a Formula One race, and he's also the first Formula Ford graduate to win a World Championship. But many of those drivers, much like Super V to IndyCar here in the U.S., it was Formula Ford to Formula One, and that was the way that you went at that time.
Our own Grand Marshal here this weekend, Willie T. Ribbs, raced in Europe early in his career in the Formula Ford. Look at that Brabham there, the number 24 Grant Perryman, beautiful car, British Racing Green, 1967 Brabham BT21. There's Bob Hatley. You can tell Bob Hatley because of that glowing green wrap on his Formula Ford.
Hatley's one of the top PCF drivers. He's won the Sprint Point Championship a couple of years in a row. 3 of them overall, one in 2017, then consecutively in 20 and 21, but he is always up near the front. And it's a shame that Kim Madrid isn't here, because Madrid was 3rd in the points coming in, and I believe she finished 3rd last year here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and her car is all pick out. It's a distinctive pink Crosley 32F. You can't miss that.
No. And she's got a pink mohawk. Yep. She's got Grateful Dead stickers on it.
Yeah, you can't miss that car.
Kim, get well. We miss you. We love you. But we know we'll see you back fighting on the track again. Grant Perryman giving us a show there in that Brabham. Big, wide tires. Travis Engen leading the race in his Chevron. Todd Strong seeing what he can do with Gerstenberger. Very equally yoked, both in vintage Titans, both Titan MK6. Todd Strong, who's an aeronautical engineer by trade, had some buffeting of that little windshield screen and is trying to fix it. And, you know, things like that would bother an aeronautical engineer. I'm not sure Todd Gerstenberger would even notice it.
And those are the top 2 cars coming into this particular round of the SpeedTour events. It is Gerstenberger and Strong. I believe it's Strong that's leading over Gerstenberger by 8 points in the Sprint Point Championship. So depending on who finishes first or second, they can either be tied or a little bit further ahead, but those are two evenly matched cars. Both drivers very, very experienced in SVRA racing.
It's neat to see the suspensions working through the corkscrew. The number 2 car there, Mark Smith, the green car, Bob Hatley, it looks like the suspension arms shouldn't be strong enough to hold all the G-forces there, but it's really working well. That's David Smoker there in the 1971 Brabham BT35. Look at that. That's a beautiful car.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch the Merlins come through and the Titans come through. Those are the early Formula Fords, and then the Van Diemens, which were the later Formula Fords, come through. In fact, the Lola T342, that actually had a nickname as the Flexiflyer because the chassis only weighed 80 pounds, and as you went through, the chassis would actually try to come off the track. So they went to some softer springs and cured that handling, and
look at this.
It was a great one.
Oh, close race in there with David Smoker and Mark Smith going into turn 3. Oh, and Smoker gives it back. Let's see, Smoker's going to try to make the move here. Now his tires are probably up to temperature. That number 16B Brabham BT35. Mark Smith finds himself in a Brabham sandwich right here.
And of course, we have Jeff Brabham that usually joins us at the Circuit of the Americas. His father instrumental in the design of this car. And the Brabham BT35 and 21, both here in this particular race.
I think we just saw Smoker make a pass there going into the corkscrew. There's Bob Hatley. And that's Brett Gann in that what I call a Mark Donahue Penske looking Formula Ford. There's Bob Hatley in that number 8. Bob Hatley's a many-time SVRA champion in Group 2.
Engen's still having his hands full with that Formula Ford, though. Chevron of Travis Engen, the 2004 SVRA Driver of the Year and Rookie of the Year in 1999. As Engen, see him later on in the Audi, as well as Group 5B in his Lotus 23B. Engen very busy on the weekend.
Yeah. If Todd and Todd would work together, Gerstenberger and Todd Strong, good friends, and get in a draft, they might be able to catch Travis Engen. You can see him there.
Yep.
Turn 3, maybe they're going to work together.
And this is what I was talking about in the qualifying. You know, you would think that the Formula Bs would be quite a bit quicker than the Formula Fords, but in qualifying, the Formula Fords were right there with them. They're right there in the race. At least these two Titan Mark 6As are. And they're giving Engen a run for his money there in the Chevron Formula B, which you think would be far and away out in front of those two Formula Fords.
Bob Hatley going up Franklin Road, turn 6, up the hill to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers corkscrew. Look at this drop. You do just drop. I mean, it's about as steep as just a normal staircase. There's that number 10, Dalamo de Vasconcelos, 2001 Van Diemen Formula Ford.
One of the Formula Fords a little bit further back in the pack, you mentioned the Winkleman. Actually, that was known as the Palliser in England. And when they imported it into the U.S., the importer, his name was Winkleman, Bob Winkleman. So that's what they took as being the name here in the U.S. was the Winkleman WDF1. Again, one of the earlier Formula Fords along with Merlin and Titan. Yeah, that is a huge drop. Again, I cannot, folks, begin to explain to you the terror I had going down that when I was first taking down that particular corkscrew. I've heard about it. It's my first visit to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and it was quite a ride there.
Yeah. So we see him go a little bit deep into the Optima Batteries turn 2, the number 10 of Dalamo de Vasconcelos.
And that's one of the more modern Formula Fords out there. Van Diemen coming on a little bit later in the scene. Very popular and very successful in Formula Ford, or what they call now Formula F racing in SCCA. Most of these are Formula Fords as we call them, but we'll start to see some transitioning here, I think, in the next year or so into the Honda-powered Formula cars, as Honda came on with the Honda Fit engine, and Formula Ford was the Ford Pinto engine.
Look at this battle here. That's the number 4 of Robert Hutchinson, 2000 Van Diemen RF00. Coming up into the Big Machine Vodka Spike coolers. And then look at this car right behind. That's the Sunoco Donahue livery of Brett Gann, who was with us just a couple of weeks ago or months ago at the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Looks like he's trying to make a move here, coming through 10 and 11. I love the looks of that car, that number 66 of Brett Gann, because it looks like a Penske livery car, like Donahue's Indy car. Through turn 1, down into Optima turn 2, Optima batteries turn 2. The grip level at this corner seems to have changed almost every lap for each one of the drivers, but look at that beautiful car. Great shots here going through Optima batteries, turn 2 by the green light crew. Out here running the cameras, that number 66 of Brett Gann. Can he get Robert Hutchison?
Their nose to tail there going into the turns. Hutchison trying to protect, and of course Gann trying to get around him. Gann, one of the top Club 4 drivers, he usually is the one that's battling with Kim Madrid when she's here.
Yeah. We've had a great crowd here at the Trans Am SpeedFest this weekend, so thank you for coming out. There's Tom Linton, that's the car I was talking about. Beautiful paint job, prepared by Jens out of Arizona, but just fantastic. There's a protective wrap on that car. He says he's from New Mexico, restores Porsches. He puts it on everything because it keeps the stones from the desert from hurting the paint.
Again, you're looking at pretty much Formula Ford history here as you see some of the early development work being done by constructors and manufacturers such as Merlin and Titan and Winkleman, and then you see the transition to a more tighter, more aerodynamic. You see kind of the mirrors kind of folded into the bodywork as opposed to sticking out there for aerodynamics, and you also see the wheels, and you see the differences in the Formula Fords. In fact, they were put next to each other. You could basically see the development and evolution of the Formula Ford.
Yeah. The modern ones, a lot more aero, a little bit wider looking. The suspension setups are just so different, but still no downforce.
No, still skinny tires as well. Yeah. And it is all in the driver's hands. It's a lot like the TA2 cars. That the driver input is crucial, and you have to have a really nice feel. You have to have a really soft pedal and know how to get the most, because again, these aren't necessarily horsepower cars. They're draft well, but they're basically momentum cars. Again, because those skinny tires, they slide around a lot. So you really have to know how to get the car into the corner and exit speed off of the corner without too much sliding around or scrubbing off of speed.
Yeah, that's Jim Edmonds in the 2001 Van Diemen, number 88, and Timothy Herbst in the 17, the 1994 Van Diemen. Let's see if Jim Edmonds can get him. They look like they're handling pretty well, though. Come up that long hill into a hard braking zone, into the Big Machine Vodka Spike coolers, corkscrew here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. A little bit of a slide there from Linton.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those skinny tires, when you try to push them too much, they don't respond well. They slide as opposed to going straight back and forth there like they're supposed to. These cars are, again, well handling, but they can get away from you in a heartbeat. Again, because of the skinny tires, you can be turning in and being straight, all of a sudden you're turned around just in the blink of an eye. But that driver input, again, crucial to making that Formula Ford consistent over the run, whether it be a 18-minute SVRA race or some of the longer Formula Ford Pro races that they have. Van Diemen pretty much dominating in the Formula Race Promotions Formula Pro Series. But in club racing, it's kind of swung towards the Swift and kind of swung towards the Van Diemen.
There's Todd Strong coming down the hill. Grant Perryman. David Smoker. There's Travis Engen about to take the checkered flag for another SVRA red hat. Congratulations. Todd Gerstenberger wins in Formula Ford. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if these Bs can drag race Todd Strong. Oh, we've had a change there.
Yeah.
71, Linton back. Okay, so Todd Strong was able to hold off the Bs. Mark Smith, Bob Hatley, both in the Swifts.
And it's just a rumor that Travis Engen is having to build another house just for his trophies.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been a busy man this weekend, Travis Engen.
Yes, he has.
Brett Gann in that beautiful Sunoco livery, number 66.
Look at this battle. Side by side going in there, Ben.
Waving at each other. Thanks, man. They're both saying, what a great race. You know, I love the camaraderie here in the Formula Ford Challenge, in vintage racing. They just want to have somebody out there to race with and race hard, and that's just so much fun to watch.
And SVRA is the place to do it. The joy of driving, basically illustrated here in these Formula Fords. Get a lot of track time here between the test day and practice and qualifying. Great racing, and great to see these historic cars out there where they should be on the track.
Look at that. That background looks fake. It's so pretty up here. Monterey, California, Salinas, California, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Looking down at the Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, Corkscrew. There he is, Travis Engen coming in to winner's circle in that Chevron. Chevron B17B, 1970.
I think tomorrow's going to set up for a good feature race between those two Formula Fords. Gerstenberger and Strong should be starting, I think, alongside each other, if I calculated there right, or if not, they're at least one row behind the other. And again, those two Titan Mark 6As being that evenly matched sets up for a good race tomorrow, Ben.
Yeah. So I believe that was Travis Engen finishing first, Todd Gerstenberger second, but first in Formula Ford. Strong second in Formula Ford. Grant Perryman second in Formula B. David Smoker third in Formula B. And Mark Smith is in Club Ford. Bob Hatley seventh overall, but fourth in Formula Ford. Robert Hutchison, Brett Gann, and Timothy Herbst rounds out our top 10 overall in the Formula Fords. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, as they come into the paddock, we're going to take a break at the Trans Am SpeedFest, but make sure you stay tuned because we've got a great race coming up next, which should be our Group 6 race.
Smash it!
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
checkers out.
Well, sure, there's just one big machine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trans Am SpeedFest at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and we are about to have a great show. My favorite group here this weekend, almost any vintage racing fan's favorite group, is the historic Trans Am. These cars, we're looking down the grill of one right. These cars had to have raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. This is the number 15, Patrick Byrne. We were talking about this car today during the Trans Am race. This car was raced, there's Patrick Byrne there, who is actually a pro Ferrari racer, driver, and instructor. But this car was raced by the first African American, I believe his name was Bob West, in GT racing, and he actually wrote Jackson 5 songs. And there's Craig Conley, the number 25, Boss 302. You can see the SCCA Trans Am Championship. Look at these power 70s. There's Tony Pirelli right there, the owner of SVRA and the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli, going through the grid, thanking everybody for coming out. Look at this. Get a good close-up, Tony, of the back of what the back of this car says that was hand painted. That's Ken Adams there in that Reventlow, but it says Ford the Going Thing. There's Jay Biddle. There's mounts on the top. See those holes in the top right corner? Those were for Shelby to make movies, and there's Jay Biddle giving us the thumbs up, but Carroll Shelby mounted cameras on top of that car I can't remember the name of the movie. I'm sure you guys can leave a name of the movie in the comments, but that was the camera car for Carroll Shelby's car. Here we are in the historic Trans Am group. There's the 78 of Steve F. Tamu. Steve, I'm going to get your name wrong the whole time. The Ford Boss 3. Look at that Camaro, the number 13, Dennis Singleton, 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. My Camaro on my sheet has an E in it. There's no E in Camaro. That's Andrew Alcatzer.
FT movie.
1969 Ford Mustang Boss 302. This thing has a ton of Ford history. Look at Andrew Alcatzer there. Give it a thumbs up, pumping it up. The owner there of Russo and Steel Auction Company, showing us how it's done. Now look at the patina on this beautiful Bob Estes Mercury Cougar. As Scott Conway comes into the booth to join us here for historic Trans Am. Look at that patina. You gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. Like it was just pulled out of a barn after a 40-year slumber to come out and race with us. That's the Mercury Cougar of Michael Eisenberg. Look at the nose of that car. Great shots, Tony. You can see all the rock chips. It's like it just came off of the racetrack from the Trans Am series back 40, 50 years ago. There's the 13 AS of Dennis Singleton. Let me see. No, that's Ryan Turi. I'm sorry about that. That's the 67 Ford Mustang, the white. Nick DeVitas. There he is in the Ford Mustang, 1968. The number 28. Beautiful car. That's Ronald Atchley, 1968. Chevrolet Camaro, spelled correctly on my sheet, just like that badge that we saw from Tony. We're getting 3 minutes on the grid. We get a thumbs up. Tony, get us a thumbs up. Oh, we got a fist. There we go. I like it. I like a fist too, Ronald Atchley. And then in 1968, 67, Gordon Johnson, I don't see him. And then there's the 23 of Bill Godwin. Oh, look at that, right up the pipes, just like the movie Grand Prix. Let's see if we get a thumbs up. Come on, give us a thumbs up. Bill Godwin, come on, Bill Godwin, give us a thumbs up or else it's a bad omen. Look at that, the bow tie on the surfboard of the Chevy Camaro. So these cars, there's the thumbs up. There you go. And a little fist pump. So in historic Trans Am, these are cars that actually raced just as they were in the Trans Am series from 1966 to 1972 at the Trans Am SpeedFest. We get great shots there of Mission Foods, Turn 5. But Jonathan and Scott, this is Vintage Racing's most popular car group. What do you guys think of this?
Well, yeah, and I mean, you know, Trans Am may have been only here for the 13th time, but back in the late 60s, Laguna Seca and Trans Am, I mean, this is where Mark Donohue and Peter Gregg, you know, Donohue and the Penske Camaro, you know, that was where it all, that's where it all sort of kind of congealed into what would be the glory days of Trans Am. And so these cars are the originals. This is where it all began, in the longest road racing series in America.
Yeah. Yeah, the 1970s season here, and we've got the Sam Posey 70 car. Richard Goldsmith couldn't be here today to drive it, but he'll be here tomorrow. You'll see it tomorrow, the slime green car. But the 1970 championship is probably the most talked about in Trans Am folklore. But Scott Conway, you got to love the roar of these cars.
Oh yeah, these cars that I grew up with, the muscle cars, the Ford Mustangs of Bud Moore Engineering with Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer driving. As Jonathan mentioned, Mark Donohue in the Camaro, and then later on in the Javelin. And it was a very balanced series. We had Chevrolet winning several manufacturers' titles, Ford with 3 of them, American Motors with 2. Most of these races were not measured in laps back in the day. They were measured in hours. And I believe it was the 1968 season that the 12 hours of Sebring and the 24 hours of Daytona were actually part of the Trans Am season. These historic Trans Am cars raced for 24 hours. And in fact, Bob Tullius, who was one of the co-drivers there, they actually held the record for the highest placing American car before the introduction of IMSA.
Now, you told a story, and maybe some of the viewers didn't hear it at the time, but this morning when you were on the grid, you got a great story about one of these cars and where the guy leant on the roof and bent the roof. And so they had to replace it. And I'll bet it's one of those stories where you've got all the horsepower, but then you make these cars as light as you possibly can. So you strip the metal down, you keep the shape, but to the point where they're almost like pieces of tin. So leaning on the roof could do that.
Oh, yeah. Like Tom McIntyre has a Penske Camaro that has to have a vinyl top because they acid dipped it for so long back in the day to add lightness, as Colin Chapman would say. But yeah, the vinyl top had to be on there because there were actually waves in it. And in the Sam Posey car, one of the tech inspectors leaned up against it, and it like crumpled like aluminum foil, and they made them put on a new roof. So they had to cut the roof and go find a new roof and put it on there.
Would they collapse if they hit the curbs?
Yeah, I don't think they were concerned about that.
Yeah,
the frames were stout enough.
Yeah, they actually went down to a Dodge dealership after talking to the Dodge factory, and that's where they cut the roof off of a car that was in the showroom and put it on that because the dimpled roof would not pass tech inspection.
That's great.
So beautiful cars here. Now, one thing I want you to pay attention to, and to all of my TA2 competitors in the current Trans Am series presented by Pirelli, there is no better group at starting a race than historic Trans Am. They all line up. They come up to the green flag slow. It's usually a late green flag, and they hit the loud pedal at the same time, making for the greatest roar in motorsports. Trans Am 2 competitors, if you're paying attention, this is how you do a start to a race. I hope we can start getting our current Trans Am competitors. Look at how slow they're going, 2x2 in formation. HTA just has it going on.
No question. If you squint your eyes and give a little bit of fuzziness to it, it'll be like a 70s TV screen, and away we go. Imagine being in California in the 70s. I mean, wow, what a weekend to be here.
Yeah, we had a couple, unfortunately, of our competitors that can't be here because they had shipping problems with pistons for their motors. One of them was Bill Auckland, who kind of oversees the historic Trans Am series. Another one of those was Ken Epsman, who usually has one of the AMC Javelins here. And unfortunately, they couldn't be available for this particular race.
Look at
Ben,
that.
we're getting ready for the start here.
Yeah, late. Oh, we had an early green. I don't like the early green, but here they go, 2x2. Look at that. Jonathan, what do you think as they come into Optima?
Well, they're side by side going into the Optima Batteries Andretti curve. Usually the inside line should have it, but not necessarily in this particular fight.
Yep. Oh, Craig Conley.
Yep.
Taking Patrick Byrne. Craig Conley in the Boss 302. Now he has the advantage because he's got a right turn coming up here into turn 3. Patrick Byrne, 1967, 15 of 26 Shelby Mustangs created either for FIA competition or for competition here in the Trans Am series. And then look at that group coming through the bridge there.
That was one of the independent Ford Mustangs. It was used partially for the development of the Boss 302 engine, which is what the car that is chasing it is, in Craig Conley's car.
Field's starting to spread out, but there's a great battle here in the midfield that goes from about, third, fourth place all the way back to the back of the field.
Nick DeVitas is moving up the field, the 1968 Ford Mustang Trans Am.
And it just astounds me, Ben and Jonathan, these are the original cars. They're irreplaceable, and here they are out racing them and racing them hard. They're racing clean, but they're racing very hard, and there's a lot of pride in who wins these historic Trans Am races.
Yeah, I'd dread to think what they would actually sell down in Pebble Beach, at the auction, if they were to sell en masse.
Well, as soon as they created this historic Trans Am field, the prices skyrocketed because you can come out and race, you can have a lot of fun. It's a great group of men and women that race with us in historic Trans Am. And who wouldn't want to race cars like this at the beautiful, iconic tracks, which they do, and it's very good, respectful racing. And so therefore, if you get a car that races in Trans Am, you can qualify to race in historic Trans Am. And what a great experience, what a great life you're leading.
And they'll be with us 2 other rounds in the SVRA next weekend at Sonoma for the Mission Foods feature. And then later on in the year, they'll be at Watkins Glen. What great iconic tracks for these historic Trans Am cars to be on, Jonathan and Ben.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at that. I went out and had a close look at this car, and it's so beautiful in terms of preparation. It looks brand new. And look at it sliding that way. As you say, priceless. Most people will put it in a museum, and he's sliding it sideways.
Precious metals, man. That car was just restored by Chad Raynaud, who works on a lot of these HTA cars. It was white with a black hood last time it was here. Craig Conley takes the inside. Mission Foods, turn 5.
Nice
move. There's Jay Biddle there in the Mustang Coupe.
Yeah, Patrick Byrne has been the quickest car all throughout this weekend, but Craig Conley has certainly given him a lot to think about here as Conley and Byrne going at it. Byrne and Shelby American Mustang, and Conley in the Boss 302 Ford Mustang.
I'm surprised not to see Ken Adams in the number 45, the Revetlo Boss 302, the maroon car. I wonder where he is. I thought he'd be up here up front with Craig Conley and Patrick Byrne.
Byrne taking the lead again. And look at it, it's going off here as they come to 10. These two really going at it, pulling away from the rest of the field as they dive through 10.
Already 4 lead changes in this historic Trans Am
in the
race.
First lap.
There's James Biddle. That was the camera car for Carroll Shelby America's movie. Leave a comment. I can't remember the name of the movie offhand, so leave a comment of the name of the movie. But you can see in the top right corner of the car, there's little holes that they mounted a camera to.
Yeah, these cars are, again, this is a time race, but most of them were measured in hours. I believe it was in 1968 that the closest Trans Am finish ever after 4.5 hours of racing at Green Valley Raceway in Texas in 113-degree heat. Dan Gurney won by 3 feet. And the reason it's measured in feet is because that was before transponders and computer scoring, but that is the closest Trans Am finish ever.
And they had to get 2 people to get those feet out there.
Yes, they did.
Measure it.
And
all right,
if you look
at this.
The starter was actually out on the track waving the flag. Wouldn't see that today, would
you?
Coming in, looks like Patrick Byrne's got the inside. Mission Foods turn 5. All this is giving James Biddle in third a little bit of room to catch up. There's Ken Adams, the number 45 now. Maybe Ken Adams was waiting for his tires to come up to speed. Maybe Michael Eisenberg was holding them up. I'm not sure. He's racing there in that Cougar, but look for Ken Adams to come up front. Wasn't expecting him to be that far back. Come on, Ken.
And Michael Eisenberg in that Mercury Cougar, that's not one of the factory Mercury Cougars, but it was used to help Lincoln Mercury to second in the championship. They lost that championship by 2 points, the closest championship there was with the manufacturers. Budmore Engineering had the factory Mercury Cougars, and after the Trans Am sponsorship was pulled in Trans Am, they went to NASCAR racing with Tiny Lund, and he won the Grand American Championship, forerunner to NASCAR.
Michael Eisenberg in a Cougar. He also races a Falcon with full interior trim with us. Beautiful black Ford Falcon. He just has some cool cars. That's Ken Adams there in that back of the train of three. Ken Adams must be struggling in that 45, but now he's back on the loud pedal.
Yeah, we got, almost 3 distinctive battles. We've got this battle this is the second group. We've got the battle of 3 at the front, then this 3, and then we've got a 4-way battle just behind them.
Yeah.
Look at that side-by-side racing being into those turns.
It's crazy. I love the lines of those Boss 302s, but man, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because the finishes of historic Trans Am races are always crazy. Some of the closest finishes you will ever see.
Yeah, you said it last year, Ben, in one of our commentaries, that everybody should wear white gloves or fluorescent yellow gloves, because these cars, you really do see the hands working, the power being put to the ground, and then the hands having to literally muscle them back into shape and back into line, and it really is a lot more physical. If you had an onboard now like we do in some of the Trans Am modern cars, you'd really see how they fight these cars.
Yeah, and I got to give it up for the men and women. There aren't any women in this race, but there will be next weekend. Linda's coming out with us. But these cars are very difficult to drive. The technology, they're not like our Group 6 American muscle cars. These are absolutely terrible brakes. These are 55-year-old technology brake pads that they have to do. And they go through painstaking care and spend a ton of time and money to make sure they're running the cars just as they were. These cars could run a lot easier, a lot faster, but they want to run them just as Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer would have run them back in the day.
So who would make the calibers today?
You know, I don't know. I have to ask. That's a good question. I'm going to ask Chad Reynal that. We had another pass for the lead as they come through here, and Ken Adams is coming through. I'm going to find that out, but I'm sure there's manufacturers out there that are still making them, or maybe there's OEM right from the field. Look at that. Oh, yeah, Turi, get at it.
Get it gone. I love it. Who says they're not racing?
No, these guys are racing, and they're racing side by side. That's Ryan Turi there in the number 13. Ken Adams coming up the inside in that Optima Batteries turn 2. Michael Eisenberg behind in the Mercury Cougar. Here's 3 different iterations of really the Ford Mustang. The Cougar and the Mustang are brother-sister cars, but there's the fastback 302, and then Turi takes it back from Ken Adams, a little over-under.
Nice work.
Yeah, we'd like to send out our wishes, Jonathan, to Ben and Bill Auckland. He's at home sick in Holland, Michigan. He was supposed to be out here but couldn't make it. Talking to him on the preview of this event, he says that a lot of these parts are actually hand manufactured. You can't go and get them from any OEM manufacturer. You can't go and actually purchase them from any particular dealer, whether it be vintage or new. You actually have to hand machine these parts, and they are painstakingly, as you say, Ben, lovingly cared for.
Yeah.
Well, that was some great action from Ryan Turi there.
Yeah.
And there's Dennis Singleton there in that orange Camaro. Look at the shots there. That is cool. And a lot of people don't know this, but the Trans Am series was the inspiration for the Pontiac Trans Am.
Yeah.
And for years and years, until Pontiac went out, left us, I'll say. That was one of the biggest line items on the SCCA's budget, was the royalties they got from Pontiac for naming it Trans Am, as they go side by side there.
At through Rainey, love it.
Singleton. in that 1970 Chevy Camaro.
I bet that was a court battle almost when they did it. Yeah, I mean, all money changed hands, I'm sure.
Well, actually, Jonathan Bishop, who was instrumental in forming the Trans Am Championship when it first started, he had the foresight to copyright the name Trans Am.
Yep.
So when Pontiac decided to use that, they had to pay a royalty. I believe it was $5 per car, up to a certain amount. And speaking of the Chevrolet Camaro, a lot of people don't know that the first points that were ever scored for Chevrolet in Trans Am was not a Camaro. It was actually a Corvair. It was driven by Donna Mae Mims, who was a very good SCCA club racer, and the Camaro was not ready yet. They had not developed the Camaro engine for that. They did next year, but the first points, and they finished on the very end of the points. I think they had 1 point or 2, I forget which, but it was the Chevrolet Corvair, not the Chevrolet Camaro, scoring the first points for Chevrolet in Trans Am racing.
Man, I got you in my trivia team now.
That's amazing, though, that a Corvair could even finish a Trans Am race.
Ooh, ouch.
Well, actually, and they were reliable. They weren't the fastest car, but they were reliable, and they outpaced a lot of the cars that fell out of the championship as the race went along. Again, these were long races. You think our 100-mile races are long. That was nothing compared to some of these races back in the day. They had one season where the shortest race was, I believe, 188 miles. That was at Lime Rock Park. You're probably not find that.
Yeah, I was about to say, and that amount of turns, because that's a tiny track. I mean, you'd be dizzy.
You get dizzy, yeah, exactly. That's Steve F. Temu. I'm sorry, Steve. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm going to go find you in that beautiful Ford Boss 302. There's Ken Adams.
I go with F. Temu.
No, that's not Ken Adams. That's Drew Alcatzer coming through. Look at this, side by side through the corkscrew. You know, we were talking about the history, the value, the pedigree, the provenance of these cars, and they're out there racing right through, side by side through the corkscrew.
And Ben and John, these cars are difficult enough to drive, but that transmission, that's not one of these synchronized transmissions that you find in everyday cars. This car, push it, you have to almost brutally push the car into gear, and you're doing that all the while you're sliding through a turn and trying to keep that car under you. So these are great drivers out here, and you cannot see on the outside the amount of work and the amount of effort that's going into those cars, as you said, Ben.
I think we should run a race for our young FR and F4 guys in these cars and teach them how to actually drive.
Most of them don't know how to drive a stick.
I know.
I don't know that we have that much time, Jonathan.
No. Fair point.
We might have a lot of cars out there in the gravel traps, but yeah, it would be a great training ground for them. They'd have a ball of fun because, again, these cars slide around a lot, even more so than the present-day TA2 cars. These tires that are on these cars are a spec tire. That's about the only thing that is not original on these historic Trans Am cars, and the only reason it's a spec tire is because you have a lot of different years and a lot of different provenances and ranges of cars here, and they wanted to try and kind of equalize, and the way they could do that was be on a spec tire, but everything else on that car is purely original and irreplaceable.
Well, we've got a cracking race going on here. Look at the front two now, and here comes Turi again, going side by side as we go back to the final turn.
Here they are. This is for 1, 2, 3. Craig Conley in the green car. Patrick Byrne to his left, our right. And then that's James Biddle right behind him. Mustang, Mustang, Mustang. You know, Jim Farley's out there watching this, loving this. It's Ford, Ford, Ford. So they come through.
This truly is the Pony Wars. I love it.
Yeah, Ford won the first 2 manufacturers' titles and won the first official drivers' championship that was awarded back in 1971 by George Fulmer.
They are not giving each other room. Look at that, going all the way out to the edge of the... Conley now has the inside line on Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne tries to close the door, but Craig Conley doesn't allow it. Patrick has the go here as they come into Mission Foods turn 5. James Biddle's going to try to duck behind that coupe, the Shelby of Patrick Byrne. Now he's behind Craig Conley. This is a close race coming here. 4 minutes left.
And that's usually what it boils down to. Jonathan, I remember the first historic Trans Am race that we did together at Sebring, and it was a 3-wide battle coming down the back straight at Sebring, and they crossed the line virtually in fighter formation.
I know, it was absolutely an amazing race, and you're right, we've been saying it all along, these guys really do race at close quarters, no holding back.
And don't count out there in third place, James Biddle. He won last year with us at the Sonoma SpeedTour.
And that's where we'll be next weekend, where these cars will be joining us, and look very much forward to having some of the other cars that couldn't quite get here, as well as Tommy Dreese's Chaparral. I know he wanted to be out there, but couldn't quite get the car prepared in time.
Well, we saw that Chaparral. Did he run that last year?
Yeah, he won here last year.
That's right. Vic was
in
that
the Chaparral.
Vic Elford?
Vic Elford, yeah.
May he rest in peace.
Ronald Atchley there in that 68 Chevrolet Camaro, the number 25. So we look down at our paddock, and here it is. So that is the race. Oh, white flag is out.
And the leaders are still side by side. I took a nick out the window there, just stuck my head out. And the leaders are side by side going into that first corner, onto the final lap. And while this group comes through the corkscrew, there's a real battle on at the front.
Yeah. Oh, we got to go to the front, guys. Come on now. If you're listening, show us these leaders.
Let's see which Ford Mustang is going to take the win there, Ben.
I don't know. I'm going to go with, Craig Conley. I'm going to have to say Patrick Byrne, though. He's a really good driver, a professional Ferrari driver and coach. Brand new restored Shelby. Beautiful paint jobs. Here we go. Look at that. There's the number 15. Craig Conley's in the lead right now over Patrick Byrne, followed by James Biddle through Mission Foods turn 5. Who's it going to be, Jonathan?
I think you're right. I think the second place man's looking very quick indeed as he heads towards 6. And our man Marley, he's got it covered. Look how close they are. This is great. Up the Ray Hall straight then for the final time.
Ooh.
It could end up in tears at the corkscrew.
Uh-oh. Is it going to be Conley or we'll see.
Great racing throughout. And here they come. Yes,
Patrick
he's got
Byrne
it.
takes
He did
it
do
over
it.
Conley.
He did do it.
Well, in the corkscrew, the last place you think you could make a pass, but there it was. Historic Trans Am Racing.
Oh, it's not over. Look at this.
No, Conley's up right behind him. And let's see who takes turn 11 the best. It's going to be a torque. And who's got it here after turn 11?
Drag race of the
Mustangs. James Biddle to the inside. This could be a 3-way drag race.
Here we go. One more straight. And he's got it surely now.
The Craig Conley.
Wow, just by the slightest of margins, it's Craig Conley.
No, it's Patrick Byrne.
Wow.
James Biddle, and then Craig Conley. Yeah,
wow, it was so close.
Craig Conley, I think he maybe, I don't know what happened there, but
Biddle got him on that last corner.
Yeah.
And he's clapping in the car.
Conley was in the lead there, and something happened as he came out of turn 11. Both those drivers getting
look
by.
at this battle, though. Singleton takes the lead of this group. They come up through to the corkscrew, and that's the great thing about HTA and it's not just about the front runners. It's the mid pack. It's the back pack. It's just you're having fun with whatever pack you're in. Oh, Ken Adams and Turry.
For Ford. This is for Ford.
Let's see Ken Adams get on that loud pedal, but Turry looks like Turry's going to get it there in the white car.
Photo finish.
Wow.
Almost.
Yes.
Turry's got it now.
What a great transition this will be from historic Trans Am into the present day Trans Am 2.
I know.
What a rolling history here of Trans Am racing. Great to see WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Absolutely fantastic coverage and lovely stuff. Here comes the other 13. That's Singleton.
Yeah, it's just straddling those curves, trying to make it as smooth as possible. Oh, Andrew Alcatzer there, just taking it. Nice job. Gentlemen, thank you. What a great show and historic Trans Am at the Trans Am SpeedFest. Almost 60 years of Trans Am history here with us.
Yeah, I know.
Best part about this is they'll be doing it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Another feature race for historic Trans Am tomorrow, Ben.
And I will be shocked if it's not this exciting.
Excellent stuff. Well, we wanted to show you the history of Trans Am, and coming up in a moment we'll have the qualifying for TA2, and for those of you watching out in the grandstands, absolutely superb. Well, that concludes our coverage here at Laguna Seca, and it has been an absolutely glorious day here on the Monterey Peninsula. And we do it all again tomorrow when we'll be showing you Trans Am, SVRA, and all part of the Speed Tour. Well done to our historic HTA racers putting on a great show to end our coverage today. Join us tomorrow, tune in on the live stream, and don't forget the CBS coverage as well for our modern day Trans Am throughout the season. My name is Jonathan Green. Thanks for tuning in. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to Scott Conway and to our entire Greenlight crew. We'll be back tomorrow to bring out all the action once again.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.